make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage.
Hello and welcome. It is time for us to jump straight into the action. My name is EK. With me is Xproxy, and we are going to be taking you through the first day of the very first Super Weekend for the first ever PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. Again, is I had to just keep on rolling through with those first because, well, let's be honest, it is a huge first, and this is absolutely fantastic. And, you know, it is going to be quite an exciting day. But aside from all of the excitement we're going to get into, how are you feeling today?
I'm trying to think of another word other than exciting, but I can't really get anything to mind right now. It absolutely is exciting, and I can't wait to see what the teams are going to show, you know, what they really have got, because we haven't really gotten a true testament to what they have in store for us until today.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes the Super Weekend so exciting, because we've seen the teams stepping up during the league week, having the opportunities to bring in those points, make them their way all the way through on to the first Super Weekend. And of course, here are all 20 of our teams. Now, keep in mind that only 16 of these 20 teams are going to be participating in this very first Super Weekend, because that is kind of just how the rules work. But of course, we've seen the teams there from Group A. In fact, they were putting up a very strong fight. We saw some really amazing points coming from teams over in Group A. The same, of course, can be said for Group B as well as Group C. But it has been a little bit of a tough going, especially for the teams sitting over in Group D. Group E, also some really good performing teams coming from that particular section there. But, you know, at the end of the day, we want to see the teams in that Group D portion as well also stepping up and showing us that they are here. You know, they are not teams to be messed with. So it's going to be exciting to see what all the participating teams are going to be bringing in to this very first Super Weekend. And, you know, you said we hadn't had the opportunity to see what the teams have really done so far, because if we look over on towards the league play, that is where the teams have the opportunity to kind of work their way through to get themselves up to enough points to make it through into Super Weekend, right? They have to be one of the top 16 teams during those league plays. And what makes Super Weekend, aside from the points that matter for the teams that could potentially be qualifying for the finals, is also that there is a bit of cash on the table here as well for the additional performances coming through on Super Weekend. As we can see, the winner chicken dinner over in that left-hand corner. So there's $22,500 up for grabs during the Super Weekends for those winner chicken dinners. So every performance is going to be absolutely essential. The teams, of course, can add that to the $1,500 that they are walking away with for their participation during the league stage. So once they make it through that portion, you know, Super Weekend's where it's at, because that is where you get the opportunity to push that bank further and further forward, but also rake in those additional points to ensure that you are one of the 16 teams, once again, that have the opportunity to move through into the finals.
Exactly. As you said, today we're starting off with the scoreboard sitting on 0, but that's the only time the Super Weekend points will be at that level. From today, points are going to keep accumulating all the way up to, well, potentially the finals. And if you're not in those top 16, well, I'm sorry to say, we're not going to see you there. So yeah, with the format that we've got here, DK, absolutely performance is key.
Yeah, and we've been looking at league play in the previous days leading up to today. As we all know, it is Super Weekend time. And just to remind the viewers who are not familiar with the format, Super Weekend, the top 16 teams from the league play, as we've mentioned before, are right here in the Super Weekend. And they, of course, will be playing it through 5 matches a day instead of the 4 matches that they were playing it during the league play. And of course, the other difference is that the Super Weekend is going to be across 3 days. So we're starting it off with today. We're going to be heading over into Saturday as well as into Sunday to see how many points and how many chickens these teams will be able to bring in. And of course, I'm curious to see today what the point situation is going to be, as the teams will have to utilize the point system. We can currently see on the screen there that chicken dinner position, that first spot, awarding them 15 points, and trickles all the way down to between 13th and 16th place, where they walk away with no placement points. But of course, that ever essential 1 point per elimination. And we've actually seen during the league play a few teams really stepping up and flourishing with regards to those performances, really utilizing the amount of eliminations that they can acquire during the games. And that has really so far benefited these teams in, assuring them a slot in the top 16 to move up into Super Weekend. But of course, as we move into our first match of the day, and in fact, our first day of the Super Weekend, this is where I'm looking to see how the teams are going to change up those performances, right? Because we know they are going to be playing across the 5 different maps, right? They're going to be starting it off on Erangel with a bit of Miramar after that. Then we go right back to Erangel with a bit of Sanhok after that. And then, of course, we ended off over on Erangel once again. So definitely a lot of focus being put on Erangel. But I'm liking this, that we have the extra addition of a bit of that Miramar as well as Sanhok, because they had not played Sanhok during the league days. Now, it is a new map, if we can put it that way, being thrown into the mix here. So the teams will definitely now have an additional opportunity to rectify anything that they felt could potentially have been out of place coming in from either Miramar or the Erangel maps.
It's exactly that. And we talk about, the teams that really thrived on Miramar now coming through, and we just add Sanhok into the mix. So the teams that really, really work with those close quarter combats and really are explosive teams, or teams that can, rotate fast and get into the thick of the action and really thrive, those are the teams that are going to love the addition of Sanhok. Those are the teams that potentially are going to depend on that Sanhok play, to pick up the points. But as we said, heavy focus on Erangel. So yes, you might be great on Sanhok, you might be great on Miramar. You've only got 2 shots of either to work with. If you don't have your Erangel up to scratch, if you don't have your Erangel at least, in that top 16 potential, then you're not going to be seeing yourself in the finals. And this is where it comes through. And again, we've got 5 maps per day in the weekend. Those are 5 winner-winner chicken dinners every single day that are up for grabs. And as you said, that extra little $500 sprinkled on top makes for a great seasoning for chicken dinner. And I think a lot of the teams are going to be looking to get a little bit of the piece of the action, as we can say.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about a piece of the action, we also have to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors there, being Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So a big shout out going to them. And I'm sure that a lot of the players, are kind of in that position where they would like, if I had a surplus of energy, you could really focus that into the efforts coming in on towards the battlefield. But speaking about efforts being focused on the battlefield, right? Looking at the performances we had coming in from the league days, right? We did see a really strong performance coming in from Cryptics. Of course, no surprise, they ended off the first league week on 171 points, which is absolutely absurd, right? But of course, then we also had the players there from G3 Temper. We had Lusail, as well as Team Umbra, and then also the players from Blackjack Esports taking the top 5 slots. Now, moving into this first Super Weekend, I'm expecting to see that consistency coming through from those top 5 placing teams, right? Because they've already shown a little bit of that coming through into the league play itself. And, it would just make sense to see that kind of momentum continue on rolling over in towards the Super Weekend, right? But of course, then I'm also looking to see what the teams that were rather sitting a little bit closer to the lower end of that leaderboard, what they are going to be bringing to the table here, because this now is going to be their opportunity to step up, to surprise the rest of the lobby, and also now kind of implement what they've been able to learn coming through from their VOD reviews, and also based on the performances of the opposing teams that they went up against in just the very recent league plays that they were going in.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this, on the break, and there's a few teams that you really stood out to us in terms of what we expected them to place versus what they actually placed. You brought up Team Unique, one of the teams that also the only other team that's not currently sitting on that first page, as we mentioned, with a winner-winner chicken dinner from the league play. They're not sitting, in top 10. They're sitting in position 12. They had
Yeah.
one really fantastic game and we were blown away. We were like, where did this come from? And then that sort of teetered down as we watched the rest of the league play. So we're going to be keeping our eye on Team Unique, but there's also a few other teams like 1 Million Esports, Triple Esports, and YONKOUS, teams to mention who came through from their respective qualifiers, PMCOs, coming through into this one. We were waiting for them, and we've seen a little bit sort of glimpses of their potential that they were showing. I mean, Yonkers, especially the later phases of the league play, they were showing some potential there. They were showing a little bit of that Yonkers spirit that we were waiting for. But again, we have to admit, league not the true reflection of the team's abilities, because they don't yet want to show all their cards. They don't want to, reveal all of their strategies and then come into Super Weekend and not have any surprises for their, opponents. So we're expecting today to really be that shock and awe that we are waiting for.
I still expect that there are going to be a few teams that are still going to be holding back a little bit, right? Because as we know, there's 4 teams that did not make it here, and they now have a fantastic opportunity to sit back, do the VOD reviews, kind of study their opponents, and figure out a good way to kind of, counteract any of the strategies they could potentially be spotting or those rotational paths coming through from them. So that's why I say I do think a few of the teams are still going to keep a few things under wrapped, and they should be unwinding those as we progress further through not only this Super Weekend but also the 2 coming Super Weekends. So I definitely expect to see quite a bit of evolution from the teams with regards to their tactics and just the kind of way that they handle themselves on the battlefield. I mean, looking back at what we saw in the past week, the team they looked very comfortable, right? There was no one that really came across as being nervous, being here. So everyone looked kind of like they were in their element to a certain degree. But I'd like to see them now relaxing a little bit more, getting more into the action here. And that is what I honestly believe you're going to be seeing quite a bit of as the teams do realize that this is going to be the opportunity. The points that they make up in this Super Weekend, they are going to matter, right? League play only gets you into Super Weekend. Then those points get reset. Super Weekend, once you're in, those points are there. They are being recorded, they matter, and those are the determining points to see whether or not your team has been able to acquire enough of those to potentially secure yourself a position over in towards the final. So there's going to be quite a bit at stake here, so this is going to make for a very, very interesting day.
Absolutely, and it's one that I've been looking forward to because we've had a lot of question marks with regards to these teams. Where they're going to place with each other, how are they going to work with each other, and who's really going to be that driving force that sort of forces the rest of the teams to sort of step it up or fall behind. So there's a lot of questions that we have, and I really can't wait to get some of the answers today. And it's just the first day. We still have an entire weekend of this first Super Weekend to go through, and the action is only starting.
Well, I've got one answer though for you, right? And this is a strange segue, but we are no strangers to strange segues coming in from
No.
DK. And my answer to that is upgrade performance and upgraded fun, right? Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. As we can see right here, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Sorry, I had to sneak the rather strange, awkward segue in there, but we have to give our shout outs to the sponsors. And of course, we have some really beautiful sponsors being involved, not only in this PMPL, but we've also seen them be part of so many previous events coming through as well. So definitely a lot of love and a lot of respect going out to these brands. But speaking about love, speaking about respect, right? I want to see teams blow me away today, right? This is going to be the perfect opportunity for teams to do exactly that, right? And I'm expecting them to mix it up. I want to see if anyone is going to try and throw a few spanner in the works for Cryptics, right? Because we saw Cryptics just absolutely demolishing the lobby, particularly in the last day of play. Now, coming into Super Weekend, the teams have now had the opportunity to kind of sit back, rethink their strategies, and come up with a pretty good approach as to how they're going to stand up against the side there of Cryptic. So I got to say, I cannot wait to see that unfold on the battlefield. And of course, all 16 teams are going to be playing across all 5 matches. So everyone will have the exact same opportunity coming into the Super Weekend, the same maps, to kind of just step it up and keep on dialing and honing those skills all the way through.
It's exactly that. And I mean, considering we had one group at least swapping out for every single map in the league play. Today's the first day that we're going to see them, pushing up the performances to 5 maps. It's not just 4 maps anymore. It's going to be a full 5 maps, as you said, playing every single map. The groups are not changing, and that also means that there's some consistency in how you're addressing your opponents. We might be seeing in the first map there might be a little bit more of a calculated plays, trying to figure out, okay, how are we working with this group? But it's only 4 teams different. The rest is going to stay consistent from the rest of those 4 maps. You know who you're playing against. Sort of what their strategies are, maybe sort of what their tactics, how they approach certain fights, maybe how they disengage, how they engage. Either way, you're going to have that information and you're going to be able to carry that through as well into the next league weekend. So it's a ripple effect that keeps on going, and that forces the competition to constantly, DK, be readjusting, be changing up their strategies, changing up their tactics, going back to, like you said, the VODs, going back to the drawing board and figuring out, okay, how are we going to be tackling this the next time we're in this situation. So that,
Yeah.
again, it's just that experience that just keeps rolling and rolling on it.
But of course, we were talking about teams sitting in different positions nearing the end of the first week of league play, right? But of course, another team that I was also expecting to see really flourish during league play was a team like Slime 4KT, for instance, right? They did exceptionally well when they participated in the PMCO Africa, so really strong showing coming in there from them. So I definitely like to see a little bit of that come through as the teams now, they're going to have that opportunity to show us what it is that they are made of. And of course, speaking about, what people are made of, we also got to give another shout out to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So be sure to go check them out. You could also go have a look at their broadcasts on that side. I do know the Arabic broadcasts are definitely happening over on that end, but for now, English, if you're looking for English, you are in the right spot. But yeah, I'm quite curious to see what all our teams are going to be doing, right? For the time being, I'm walking in with a very open mind. I'm expecting to be surprised. Who's going to be surprising us? I have no idea, right? But I'm open for any takers, any team that want to step up and surprise us and give us some absolutely phenomenal plays. Please do that. Step up and show us what it is that you have in store here for us. But any particular teams that have stood out for you from what we've seen coming through on the league play side, because this is going to be a completely different day. So you can't say Cryptics because we've already spoken about them. All right, who else stands out for you?
It was definitely for me, from the get go, it was Lusail.
Mm,
Lusail was a team that wasn't necessarily, picking up, I would say, like crazy engagements. They weren't chasing after every single team. They were playing it very calculated. They were doing, early rotations, making sure that they had the positional advantage every single game that they had an opportunity to do so. And because of that consistency and that the sort of I would say like a concrete plan of action that they had
mm,
going. They had a very consistent performance leading them into that third place.
mm,
Relatively, I don't want to say stress free, but almost they looked very comfortable doing that.
mm,
But also because of that, we haven't really seen them, sort of jump on the train of trying to pick up some insane kill points like most of the other teams we know we're relying on. They
mm,
were really focused on those rotations, really focused on those placement points. And as we know, going into the rest of the competition, it's about that balance. And I want to see, how are they going to change that balance? Are we going to be seeing a different side of Lusail? Are we going to be seeing the same sort of Lusail? Or are we completely got the wrong idea of who this team is and what
mm.
they are planning to bring in? Because that's, again, the beauty of, league play to that super weekend. So they're a team that I'm going to be looking out for because, I don't know, I feel like there's a surprise that they've been
Mm.
hiding from us.
Well, there definitely could be quite a few surprises coming through. And, you were talking about teams bringing in the balance. If we look at the results we saw from League Day, and that, of course, is unfortunately the only statistics we have to look at with regards to the team's current performances, right? We can go back and go delve through all the previous VODs and broadcasts and things that they were in, but that is not indicative of the current potential these teams have and what we could be expecting to see from them. But if we talk about balance, if we talk about consistency, yes, we do see several teams bring in that consistency. The only thing that differs or varies is the level to which they push that consistency, right? So take the players there from Cryptics, for instance. They came in with an absolutely strong, consistent play, but also Darkness they were smack dab balanced, right? 32 placement points, 32 elim points. So there's definitely a lot of teams, and we can find several more examples of that as we look through the standings of the league play. But all of that is now kind of, we're going to be leaving it right there in the past, as we are now, as you can see, moving up into our very first match right here on Erangel, with quite an interesting flight path coming in, a little bit more towards that northern side. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing that like to move all the way down to that Primorsk region, all the way down to Sosnovka military base, potentially even Malta. We know G3, usually when they're here, they like to move into that kind of farm eastern bridge position. But this time, the flight path is not really allowing them to move into those regions. So a lot of those alternate kind of drop spots are going to be coming in. And we know, for instance, the players here from G3, they like to frequent Gatka if they can't reach all the way over on towards Malta.
Yeah, so I mean, those positions coming through, maybe the team's making a few adjustments, like you said. Maybe, the league play, they were just trying to throw a span in the works, make everyone believe that it's one or the other. But we'll see how the zone is also going to pull through that, because that really is going to depend on what those rotations are going to look like, maybe what the time that the teams have to invest into this fight. And wow, we have a very, very generous zone here, covering majority of the map, nice and central. Meaning that, for some of the teams, they do have some options to work with here. Those alternative drop slots, like you said, suddenly that range has gone a little bit wider. But yeah, I like the rotations that they can take here. I think it's. I mean, I just see bridges, DK, and I do quite like my bridges.
Yeah, I mean, we can't complain with regards to the first initial zone. All right, it has not taken a shift to any of those extreme areas just yet. It has come down extremely centered, and I think this is going to be an absolutely fantastic start for the teams, because it takes a little bit of the worry out of the play in this first match. It helps and assists with kind of easing up those nerves. And of course, speaking about nerves, it does seem like Havlik here has 0 nerves, and also Morteza. They are sitting on a big fat 0 on that one, as they just come rushing into play. And now Morteza just patiently waiting to see what the team here from YONKOUS is going to be doing. And I got to say, I'm liking this approach coming through, right? Morteza just being an absolute beast, though. Just tapping away there with a shotty. I mean, if you had given me that shotty, I would probably still be shooting, and I don't think I would have hit anything in the meantime. But the teams, though, that's the reason why they're here. They are on a next level of experience, and they're stepping it up, and they are showcasing why they've made it this far. And of course, a good show of aggression right out of the gate.
Absolutely, and I really thought that was going to go one way or another, but mostly I thought that was going to go towards YONKOUS there. But again, Morteza just, beautiful trigger there, and making sure to take down two confirmations there onto the side of YONKOUS. So now YONKOUS starting it off here with a duo on the first Super Weekend match. Not a good feeling, but they can still obviously recover. And of course, Nacho, also just trying to get that confirmation there onto Myth. So there we go. 3 eliminations within the first couple of seconds of our first map. So immediately I'm feeling, okay, we've got some teams who are setting some boundaries here. They're stating the law, saying, listen, this is our drop site. Don't come here again. If you do, the same thing's going to try and happen to you. So again, it's a fantastic opportunity, like Umbra and G3 Temper, that get those eliminations off the bat, and then, as we said, they really give themselves a fantastic platform to move on through into the rest of the map.
Yeah, but that's definitely taking some really good initiative here, right? I mean, we were talking about foundations. I probably should have become a builder or something, or I don't know, whatever. But the teams, it does seem like they are really starting to focus on that approach a little bit more. We can see a lot of consistency now coming through from the team's performances, right? It's like they've kind of dialed it in. They're like, okay, cool. We need to push this. We can't spend too much time or lose too much time trying to figure out where we want to go. We have to commit to a choice. We have to commit to a position, make the rotation, come hell or high water. We're going to push in. We're going to try and secure it out. And if we need to fight, then we're going to fight. And that is, I think, really healthy across the board. Seeing the teams coming in with that kind of mind shift, that kind of mentality being brought to the battlefield. And I mean, it only advances the play and advances the skill of these players as they keep on implementing more and more of these factors.
No, I absolutely agree with you. Like we're saying, we want to see which of the teams are really going to force the others into a corner, and once that happens, you know, they can't back off from that. They have to come back stronger. They have to readjust. They have to reassess, and that's the beauty of a competition like this of PMPL Africa. It forces teams locally, you know, and some of the other teams coming through to really reassess, learn from their mistakes, and all of that skill reassessing, all of that recycling of experience filters back and forth, and it's a beautiful effect. It shows that we can see that competitive level rise, and as soon as that happens, we're in for a treat. DK, we're in for an absolutely beautiful treat that is PUBG Mobile, which I love to see and I want to see more of. And I mean, for some of the teams, it is the first map, so we're going to give them a little bit of maybe maybe just a little bit of generosity in terms of, okay, first map, assess what's going on, see what your competition is going to be doing, maybe see how they're going to be feeling, and how you can basically go against that. So I don't know, for me personally, I feel like this first map is just a start. It feels like we're starting PMPL Africa almost.
Yeah, but you know what's quite exciting is the players now have had a very comfortable zone to start with. You were talking about the teams having to try and, you know, like you would give them at least the first game for them to kind of show themselves, right? Now, they've also been presented with that opportunity from this first initial zone. So this is going to be absolutely fantastic because now the teams have the opportunity to really leverage the rotations, right? Show themselves what they've learned, because looking at the kind of positions we have open on the map currently, there's still going to be some of those prime positions we could potentially see teams rotating up into. Of course, Unique going to be one of the teams that move right into the usual spot, and that's the kind of situation we see currently scattered throughout the map. All the teams went to their usual spots, usually where we see them drop in, so nothing with that in that regard is really out of place. But now the teams need to dial it up a level. For how long are they going to leave those prime potential positions open for someone else to move into, or are they going to be proactive, take the initiative, and be the first one to try and secure it for themselves?
I like that. I like that we're putting that challenge forward here for the teams, and I also do like, that the zone is cooperating with what we're trying to, put forward here. The opportunity for the teams to sort of ramp up gently, get a good start, a good footing, as we can say it, into this one, and then it's seriously going to start ramping up, because the thing is, what we've seen with these teams is they're so quick to adapt, and we've got a number of teams that we can bring at as an example. We can bring Zero Tolerance as an example, coming through with that massive jump in league play from 20th, up until 10th. We can obviously talk about Cryptics, which after the first or second map, they just started steamrolling. There's so many teams that we can add to that, and I feel like that can really be applied to anyone who has made it into PMPL Africa. They have that flexibility, the ability to really just sort of adapt to what's going around them, which is why they're here in the first place. But how are they going to go against each other? How are they really going to be able to shine when you're on? It's like, how does a star shine in a sky full of other stars? You have to start being the brightest. You have to really show us a little bit of something special, and that's what I want to see. So with that zone coming through, I'm seeing a lot of shoulder to shoulder rotations, DK.
Yeah, and you were asking for show us something special. Well, the first special thing we're going to start off with is going to be that zone moving down to the south, right? Both bridges currently being in play. The western bridge, there's a little smidgen of bridge there, but in is in, right? Eastern bridge is a different situation. That is entirely in play. But look at this. All the teams now just start mobilizing themselves. They all start heading towards the zone. And that is what we want to see, because this means the teams have come to the realization of how essential these good setups and how good these positions are going to be for them, right? And that is what we see now. The teams are like, okay, cool, this is the opportunity we've been waiting for. Let's move out. And you can see a lot of these rotations coming through. It does look like a relatively well thought out approach coming in, right? I mean, I'm loving this play coming through from the players of Zero Tolerance, moving up into Headshot Hills. We do have the players there from Cryptics rotating up just over on towards that western side. But they are definitely trying to push that envelope a little bit further, trying to bring in some dynamic changes, and I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. But it all is going to come down to when the teams actually meet up with each other on this battlefield. And look at this, Cryptics now starting to rotate up right behind Zero Tolerance. So that disengage actually coming through there from the side of Zero Tolerance, really going to be quite favorable for them. But, I mean, I'm not quite sure we can say the same here for the players of the Super Young Stars. And, of course, the team coming in from G3. Both of them finding themselves relatively close to each other with the addition of Team Myth now rotating up right amongst them.
Absolutely, and I do like what you said. We immediately, with that zone rotation, we saw what the focus is here for these teams, and that focus very different to what we saw in the league play. You know, some of the teams were a little bit more relaxed, investing more into some of those, you know, outlandish sort of, you know, fights towards the edge of the zone, not really in the zone, whatever it is. They were taking their time. You know, they were not really showing their cards. Here, you can immediately see that structure comes back in, those calculations come back in, and immediately into the zone as we go. Early rotations, let's set ourselves up like Zero Tolerance, who are setting up, waiting for rotations, and Cryptics, one of the teams that, you know, almost fell victim to that with that not coming through. They managed to recover it, but that is because the team has rotated through, set themselves up, as you said, maybe, you know, Headshot Hills, maybe a few other places, and they're waiting for a couple of those rotational shots. Now, Darkness and Team Myth, very close to each other. They got an idea that, you know, each other is just in the area, maybe spotting out. Hello. Of course, Team Myth down to that number advantage with 3 players left alive. So, I don't know, the engagement here might be a little bit more risky than what they would want for this stage of the map.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see how this kind of unfolds, because for the time being, a lot of the teams that showed a lot of potential coming through in the league days definitely dialing up their performances here already. The players from Triple Esports in a hot pursuit, now starting to chase down the team there from the Super Young Stars. And of course, Darkness was one of the other teams that really shone during the league days. They showed some really great moments there, but unfortunately, everything didn't line up 100% for them to push up extremely high. But maybe that could all be changing right here, and we'll have to wait and see how these teams kind of make their way through and show us what it is they have in store for us. But looking at the current positioning and the spread of the teams, it is looking relatively balanced, right? We got quite a few teams already smack dab center zone, G3 being one of those. So I don't think we're going to be seeing any rotations coming in from them along that northern side. But Cryptics rolling in from the north once again. Last time we saw that, it was quite devastating. But I'm liking the kind of congestion now also starting to develop over on towards the eastern side. So many teams just hanging around near where they thought the zone could potentially be moving. And again, some really quick instinctive reactions coming through from the teams as they look to position themselves. 1 million being one of those. We can see they're not just rotating by. Myth, again, in a beautiful setup here. Could be quite a position to leverage depending on where the rest of the teams move into. But we do see those hills in which 1 million Esports is moving into, definitely being one of the points of contention. And already they're feeling a little bit of a backlash on that as the players there from the Super Young Stars just welcome them over onto the coastline.
I wouldn't say if Flex calls that a welcome, unfortunately, but it's going to be out. So also 1 million down to 3 players here. Ooh, turning our attention here to next level and Blackjack Esports, who have found each other and unfortunately in a little bit of competition here for some of the compounds still left in the zone. And it's just not looking good for next level, unfortunately. But fantastic work here for Blackjack Esports to pick up some of those eliminations as those rotations are coming through. And that's the beauty of these really tight rotations and these really congested rotations as we start to really see some of the action, because the teams are forced to. You know, they don't really have any other sort of path. This is the one they chose. And unfortunately, there's already a team here set up. And that team is Blackjack Esports, looking for a team confirmation. And I wanted to also bring up, you know, just the side of Cryptics. We saw Slime4KT and Lusail actually still making the rotation in, and based on the feed, I think they found each other and they have some words to share.
Oh yes, so they've got some words and they've got some scopes. They've got quite a few things in their arsenal to try and share. And I'm loving Gaddafi here with the Mosin, just getting ready to peek it out over onto the side there of Blackjack. I mean, the Mosin, I gotta say, it's a relatively newish weapon to the game, but I was so happy when they brought it in because you know, it's like a cousin of the AWAM, you know.
A very fast cousin.
Yes, it's a little bit more of an affordable version of the AWAM, but still, it is a pretty potent weapon if it is used in the right hands. And of course, speaking about the right hands, triple AWAM right here on the screen. Oh, what a segue that was into the bolt actions, of course, now right up alongside the players here from Cryptics as they now start positioning themselves all the way over on towards that southwestern side. Again, interesting positions we see getting taken up here in the compounds, but the zone, relentless as ever, is going to continue to move on forward, forcing these teams to stay on their toes. And we do see a little bit of a congregation of teams over on towards the east. I mean, Blackjack, the players there from Next Level, as well as Slime4KT, now getting caught out on the edge of blue. And of course, with that, we do see those hits continuing straight over on towards Next Level as they now are reduced down to only one remaining hopeful. But of course, Myth getting zone blessed, smack dab center nearly, and that is going to be an essential position to hold because we know up in the north there are a few compounds, but down south it is just open beach, and as we can see, we still have all 16 teams in play.
I just love that lineup of cars. They're just on the edge saying, oh, okay, when can we really get in? Oh, we got designated drivers. Of course, it has to be Lusail trying to find something there onto next level, but those ridge lines just aren't working, so I'm going to be going down as well as the other players. Oh, Astar, the last remaining hopeful here for next level, as we mentioned, and doing quite the work here. Managing to stay alive just for the time being. Finding a couple of eliminations in the meantime, but Slime4KT now getting involved with nades flying right, and center, but instead it will be Lusail to unfortunately meet their end as well as Team Umbra.
Wow. That's surprising though. I mean, at least Team Umbra, they go away with 4 elims to their name, but it is such a surprise to see them get sent back so early. Next level, of course, the next team having to pack their bags, but here we are. It is going to be a fight to the finish. I mean, it's also only 4th phase. I know. You don't have to tell me, but it's going to be absolutely brutal. Just looking at the sheer number of players we still have remaining here, and I mean, a large chunk of this zone is water, so it's already such a reduced amount of playable area that they have to now try and utilize. So the teams are really going to be put to the test, and I'm loving the way the game started off so cool, calm, and collected. You know, like, oh, here's a nice, comfortable zone, and then it's like, suffer, you know, up it comes. And I mean, Lusail, the next team to go, I mean, what is up? We were expecting the teams to surprise us, but this is some interesting developments.
Okay, now this is kind of what I was waiting for. You know, we had that information from League Play, but now it's being thrown out the window because teams, as you said, they've tuned in and they are in the focus line here. They are in the battleground and they are looking all for that winner chicken dinner. The first winner chicken dinner, the first $500 up for grabs. Teams are hungry for it. We've got 13 teams left. Slime4KT coming through, getting that confirmation there onto Lusail. Also surprising, we'll break that down maybe a little bit later because I think I'm still processing it. But Cryptics as well, getting involved on that ridgeline that we saw 1 million, you know, having a hold of. Now all of a sudden not looking so good because now they're getting a couple of shots thrown their way as well. And Blackjack Esports somehow still alive in this one, but a little bit spread apart. That 2-2 combat combination here, great spread to maybe take out Sanhok here.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Slime was one of those teams who were waiting to step it up, and it definitely does seem like that is what they are bringing to the table here, looking to leverage their kind of position coming in from that southeastern side, and particularly now the fact that they find themselves spread out on the bridge, turning that position they had coming in through the east, turning it in their favor, and now applying the pressure onto the side here of Blackjack, as we can see Reverb and Zane now being forced to kind of try and come up with a plan of how they are going to try and get out of this position or potentially defend it. But the onslaught coming in from the side here of 4KT does look to be pretty on point as those utilities are just dialed in one after the other. In the zone now taking that beautiful shift back up on towards north. Again, quite a bit of congestion over on towards that northwestern side. But this is where the players like the Super Young Stars, 1 million and Zero Tolerance are going to face quite a bit of a challenge now, finding a comfortable rotation back up into zone. And of course, Plaza making it so uncomfortable here for the side of Blackjack, but the third parties are still happening.
Absolutely, everyone getting a piece of the action. 1 million now being confirmed, as we can see on our Zero Tolerance for picking up a few eliminations there, and we do see YONKOUS in the feed against Cryptics. So some very surprising matchups that we're talking about, and G3 Temper lighting up the feed there with those nades. But now it seems like Six Guard in particular is being the one lit up, and he will be lit into a knocked status here. Now all of a sudden, all down to Flacco against 2 or 3 members of Triple Esports. Going to be finding the first one, but how are they ready for the second? Miramar just around the corner, down the stairs here. They're going to come up. It's going to be the duo trying to push on through, trying to get that last elimination, get that confirmation. But Flacco is being an absolute menace, finding the second. There's one left in the zone. We go popping those energy drinks, popping as much meds as we can, but it's unfortunately not enough. And G3 Temper will be taken out, taking us to 11 teams left.
And it is going to get only so much harder from this point on, as we can see now the players from Super Young Stars come rushing on in, and with that they take down the Cryptics, sending them back in 10th position. Super Young Stars now shining like bright stars as they sit with a very comfortable 5 elims to their name. They've lost a player in the trade-off, but that I do think was a relatively fair trade-off with that. Cronboy also now just getting picked up as we have the players there from Zero Tolerance starting to roll up on that coastline. But a beautiful shift coming in with the zone. The team's now really having to adapt. As you can see, quite a bit of concentration of teams sitting on towards the southern edge of zone. Super Young Stars now getting caught in between a rock and a hard place. But of course, Zero Tolerance being in an even more challenging position. They also have the addition of the players from Slime 4KT sharing that coastline with them, so they need to be super cautious as to how they play that approach. But Unique, they're looking pretty good, pretty fantastic, as we can see them now just maintaining a controlling position up in towards the north. Blackjack getting sent back at the hand of the blue zone, and now we are down to only 8 remaining teams.
DK, I feel like I blinked. And we are down to 8 teams in a matter of a couple of zones. It is only the 5th zone. And it is just absolute chaos. Team Unique, also one of the teams. As we mentioned, we were looking out for Masters now, just sneaking up in the grass right behind them. And they might have spotted them, but I think Exist is a little bit faster. Going to be throwing a couple of shots there just to warn them that, listen, don't you dare look at my teammates like that, okay? I don't like what you're giving out here. And exchanging a couple of damage there in the meantime as well. 7 teams now remaining. And this is just absolutely just chaotic. Look at the shoulder-to-shoulder positions that we've got going here.
It is going to be a pretty crazy play. Here we go now. Oh, Bamboo getting ready to just laser down onto the side there of YONKOUS. Lewis just trying to hold on off in the side. But look at the stats coming through from the players currently. Sin leading the pack there with the most damage dealt, sitting on 617 damage. That is absolutely insane stuff coming through so far. But let's see, will Sin be able to push even further? The Masters currently sitting on 3 elims, having a really good position coming in on towards this western side. They do have the players there from the side of YONKOUS position right up alongside them. Oh, but they need to be so cautious as to how they take this approach. Team Unique going to be looking to close it up, looking to roll on through. Of course, now Myth trying to find that rotational path up in towards zone. But Plaza not going to let them do that just yet, as he's trying to get those confirmations in, trying to put a bit of a dent into the side here of Team Myth as the solo. We have seen this come through before, but will he be able to pull it off? Myth 1v3 up against the side there of Slime 4KT. It is going to be quite a bit of a challenge for World Plaza here, but now they need to still keep a very watchful eye on that zone, not forgetting that the blue zone is on its way, so it is definitely going to be applying quite a bit of pressure. And now we just wait to see where it is that the Plaza is going to be rotating up into.
Yeah, look, I mean, do you want to go left into Super Young Stars? Do you want to go right into Myth? Where do you want to go to? Unfortunately, right past into Super Young Stars will be where Plaza's chosen to go to, and that is going to be the confirmation coming through. Slime 4KT out. 6 teams left remaining, but quite a bit of damage there dealt to Super Young Stars as they are down to a duo. YONKOUS as well, potentially down to a solo, as we do have a knock coming through, and Myth and Darkness have just found one another, and they are having such beautiful words with each other. There goes YONKOUS. As I say that, I should stop saying about teams. As soon as I say something about teams, they get taken out. Unique going on a tear of their own.
Ooh, I'm loving this though. I mean, we were saying that we want these teams to step it up. Teams that showed potential coming through the league plays, and definitely they are bringing it to the table, down to the final 4. It's going to be the Super Young Stars, Myth, Team Unique, as well as the players coming in there from the Masters. And it is looking relatively good for the side of Masters. They still have all 4 players up, but now they need to try and get themselves into a strong position. The same, of course, going for the players there from side of Unique, just on the outskirts of zone, not 100% locked in just yet, but they are starting to mobilize, they are starting to push, getting a little bit further, trying to just line themselves on the edge. But look at the position here that the super young stars are playing. Joker and Lashin just lashing on through onto Myth, just picking up one knock after the other. But fortunately for Myth, they do have the vehicle. Well, they had the vehicle, but now it's been converted into some of that extra hard cover for them to utilize.
Absolutely, when Super Young Stars really just dishing out the damage. If it's not Team Myth that they're looking at, it's Masters, and in particular, unfortunately, it's Band feeling the brunt of those nades. As a duo, they are being an absolute menace to all of the teams around you, except for Team Unique, as you mentioned, who are, you know, just sneaking on by. They're having a good time, and Team Myth still up with, Masters still up with 4 players looking into this one, quite spread out as they're trying to control most of this zone, because we know it is starting to get absolutely chaotic. There's a confirmation they're coming through onto Lash, and a knock is there. Masters, Bamboo in particular, not feeling too great with some explosions going on around in there, DK.
Yeah, it is a pretty tough position to play. I mean, all the teams just hugging the edge of the zone. No one wants to be the one to move into center position. And honestly, I cannot blame them. I would probably be in the lobby just observing all of them right now. But here we go. Myth trying to make a play for it, trying to get themselves up into zone. They've got a pretty good idea of where the players from Team Unique can be. And with that, we see an absolutely fantastic nade now from Farok coming straight down on towards Exist. And now it is up to Scope to try and hold it on as Farok gets ready to try and close it up, looking to fish through the smoke. But unfortunately, as we can see, Exist has moved up. But look at this now. Moment also inching their way forward, trying to get a little bit of additional information, not satisfied with what they've been receiving so far. Look at this. Scope just yeets it over to Bamboo, nearly reaching all the way across. Exist, of course, getting taken out of existence there with a beautiful nade at the hand of Momin. But the pressure continues to build as we see the players there from Team the Masters still rocking a full squad, and now they just need to utilize their numbers advantage and just leverage the power they have moving through into this next phase.
They outnumber every single other player, every single other team that is still left on this map. It's a 4 to essentially a 3. And of course, Team Myth with a duo and Unique with a solo here. An absolutely fantastic opportunity for Masters. If they can find the angle here. Farouk now finding Sin. That's not how they would have wanted to start this off with, but it is still possible. Moment just sneaking on the grass is going to be spotting Scap, so maybe that might be the opportunity here for Masters. If Myth and Unique focus each other, then that is an opportunity that they cannot afford to give up. They just have to wait for the perfect timing as they sneak on through the grass.
Well, it is looking pretty tough for the side there of Team Masters now, as we can see the hits coming in. Bamboo getting taken back, Sin also getting picked up. And now it is down to Ban and Angelo, but Ban trying to put up a bit of a fight. Angelo getting picked up as he tries to rotate. Oh, Ban and now trying to hold on, but it is going to be a 1v2v1 engagement in favor of the players there from Unique. Down they go. What? Up they come and they finish it off. The players there just going to absolute town. Myths stealing that winner chicken dinner, with that bringing in the first victory of the Super Weekend, doing so with double-digit elims on the board, and of course, as we know, adding an additional little bit to the bank. But what a performance this was. I mean, we wanted to see the first match getting kicked off with an absolute bang, and the teams really delivering on that front.
I'm still processing that in my head right now. I mean, Team Masters had everything going for them. And then I don't know if it was sympathy or what was going on, but Team Unique and Team Myth were just like, you know what, let's just work together for just one moment and let's take out Masters. Then you and I can have a little bit of spat. But ultimately, that coming down to Masters and Myth, Masters down to the duo, and Myth, just making the play of a lifetime. Like you said, getting that first winner chicken dinner and the first $500 up for grabs in these Super Weekends. I mean, that just makes, I don't know, it makes like the pan a gold, you know, like a gold lining when they're cooking the winner chicken dinner, and it's just going to be tasting fantastic.
Yeah, but I gotta say, a very satisfying start to the day, right?
Yeah.
I was expecting the teams that we were referring to before really to bring it. They brought it, and it's good to see how they've kind of changed up their strategies, right? They've not really changed the dynamics, but they've come onto the battlefield saying to the rest of the lobby, you know what, we're here, we're ready for this, and we're going to show you what it is that we've got, and you better be careful, because if you don't watch it, we're going to come for you. I mean, we were looking at the players there from Darkness, bringing it all the way through. We saw the players now from the side there of Myth, as well as so many others stepping it up, and we saw a lot of the teams that performed so strongly during league play being some of the first teams getting sent back this time around. But of course, also take into consideration, it's only been the first match, right? We've got 4 more to go. And I do believe that things are going to continue to evolve. But so far, it has been an absolutely fantastic start.
Absolutely, and I love the energy that these teams are bringing in, right? I mean, we were talking about that balance to placements, to kills. You know, are we going to see the teams that were a little bit more calculated, as we like to say, or maybe a little bit more reserved, you know, just focusing on those placements coming through? Are they going to be the first ones that we're going to be sitting and going like, what has happened here? What have they, you know, had for breakfast, or I guess dinner technically, and come through into this engagement? Because again, you know, we were saying some of the teams that we were talking about, I feel like we placed a caster's curse on them, but we won't talk about that. I, I don't understand. You know, breaking it down, how did they come back? It's a beautiful, beautiful start.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about beautiful start, let's have a quick reminder of the highlights that we saw coming in off of the back of this last match. Enjoy. Woo. Man, I mean, the players there from just looking so comfortable, so confident moving into those later phases. I agree with you. My hands, my fingers are on fire. I don't even want to imagine how they felt. Just probably surging on adrenaline right now, but definitely got to commend the players there from Team Myth. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful performance. What a way to kick off our first match. But of course, we also do have to take a look at our overall rankings, right? So this is the end of our first match, as well as our overall rankings, all bundled. Yes, that's a new
You
one.
were close.
All bundled up into one. So Team Myth take an absolutely fantastic start, as we can see, sitting on a very comfortable 25 points. Masters coming in hot on their heels on 20 points. And of course, Team Unique, as well as the Super Young Stars, coming in on 16 and 15 points, respectively. Of course, then we have the rest of the teams there. I mean, Slime 4KT stepping up, bringing in those 4 elims, picking up the placement points, and also adding to that the lovely 6 points. But the same goes for the side of YONKOUS, as well as Blackjack Esports. So definitely a good start. Darkness finishing strong, as we saw, making it all the way up in towards that 5th position, but only 1 elim to accompany that. 7 points, not bad. It's still, you know, it's something on the board. But of course, we have to take a look now to see what that second page is going to be looking like and where the teams find themselves. And as we can see, it's an odd position to see the likes of G3 Temba, Umbra, Cryptics, Lusail, all on this side.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, if you told me that this was going to be the first, you know, leaderboard that we were going to be looking at on the first Super Weekend, I'm going to say it's okay, because it's just the first match. You know, the first match, like we said, we're going to give the teams a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, you know, because first match, maybe a little bit of nerves coming in, because as we said, you know, that winner chicken dinner all of a sudden means a lot more. you know, and all the matches means a lot more, and your
Mhm.
mistakes are going to cost you a lot more, both in terms of that, you know, overall prize winnings that you're going to be taking home at the end of this,
Mhm.
and if you're even going to be making it to finals. So, okay, first match, it's bizarre. The second page still confuses my brain.
Well, at least as we can say, it's only the first match, right? So anything can change in our coming 4 games. So I'm curious to see what the teams situated on this side are going to be bringing to the battlefield and where they're going to be trying to push for. As we know, there's still endless possibilities. Things can change at the drop of a hat or at the drop of a pan or chicken or whichever the way you want to phrase
I
it.
like the pan. Mhm.
Yes, at a drop of a pen, anything can happen. But I mean, next up we are inching our way closer towards Miramar, right? And that is a map on which we saw a great amount of success coming through for a team like G3, for instance, right? Also, the players from Cryptics also had an absolutely phenomenal performance when it comes to Miramar. But now to see everyone having that opportunity step up, bring it to the table, and I'm curious, will we have either the players from Cryptics or the players from G3 coming in with another chicken, or could we have another potential surprise chicken coming through? We'll have to wait and see how that kind of then unfolds. But of course, you know, that is just the beauty of these battle royales. Anything can change at any point in time.
Absolutely, and that's why we're here on the edge of our seats waiting and waiting for that opportunity to see what's going to be happening here, DK. And I don't know about you, but you know, in the break, I'm seriously going to be thinking about what we're going to be seeing next. You know, what that map 2 is going to be looking like, and I don't know. You know, maybe there's an opportunity for, you know, the viewers at home to you know, let us know what they think is going to be happening. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely let us know. Hit us up on the social medias. Go over on towards either Facebook or Instagram. Join the conversation. You can hit up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channels there. Let us know what your thoughts are. Who do you think are going to be the teams situated at the top of the leaderboard after today's matches? Let us know what your thoughts are. We love to see them. But of course, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. And we'll see you guys right after the break with our second match.
make a clutch like that happen in
Hello and welcome back. It is time for our second match on first day of the first Super Weekend. The first match already kicked off with a lot of action and quite a few surprising performances, but I gotta say, I'm absolutely loving it. And now we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in as we get ready to head straight on over on towards the lovely map of Miramar. But this time around we're only going to be having one Miramar, and we're going to swapping out the second one with a little bit of that Sanhok action. So can't wait till we get there. But first, we need to cross the desert, right? We need to see what the teams are going to be doing. And of course, with that, you know, we have so many things to expect from these teams. And one of the things we also want to do is give a big shout out there to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner, as well as a big shout out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, speaking about upgrades, right? I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing with this slightly southern flight path we have coming in over on towards Miramar.
Yeah, once again, we're just cutting off the bottom half of the map. Just cutting off that tail end. So the last time we saw this, you know, that zone was also a little bit more, you know, understanding. So we had to still shift a little bit more southern to that southern side. And again, we had I think we had two endings there towards Chumacera, which was a little crazy, you know, with the teams making their rotations and the setups that we had. It was a fun time for many of these teams. So I don't know if they're quite ready for the PTSD that brought, but we'll see how it's going to end off this time around. And that zone shift, I think, is going to be a big determiner for that. So I don't know about you. What are you thinking?
Well, it's all going to depend on this first zone, and as we do see, it has now popped all the way over on towards that southeastern side. Definitely a very complementing zone that we have here, as the flight path is already in that region. So this is where the rotations from the players of Zero Tolerance, Next Level, and of course the side there of the players from Lashin and Co from the Super Young Stars are going to have to be quite flexible as to how they are going to manage to find themselves back up into this phase. But a definite point of interest for me is going to be the region over towards Junkyard, right? We did see that whole northeastern side of the zone, for the time being at least, being quite open. So a few interesting rotations can come from that. But down south, as we look over onto YONKOUS and the players here from Unique, they do find themselves in a little bit of a challenging start.
You could say that. Yeah, you could once again say that. So, look, the last time we saw, YONKOUS going through for a little bit of those eliminations, I believe it was against Team. It didn't end up so well. And this time around, they might be looking at Scav and saying, you know what, we're going to start this one off on a little bit of a banger, just trying to find a couple of shots there through the window, not quite yet making the connection just before that mid get popped off. And now, of course, that scramble has to come through. This is now where the teams need to reassess and readjust, and hopefully we won't be seeing too negatively of a start here for either team. But I don't know, DK, they both look very hungry for these eliminations.
Yeah, definitely trying to just do the dance, get their way around. And YONKOUS, I love the pressure that they're looking to apply, but unfortunately, Scope, he's just got his eyes dialed in with that Umpy as he steps up, finds a beautiful hit, but of course now gets pushed immediately. Ooh. As the players here from YONKOUS are looking to avenge their teammates getting knocked out. And look at that, Havlik steps in with a beautiful hit. There's a Scoop, gets knocked and confirmed. Wow, that is what we want to see. And of course now the players here from Unique not going to be backing off either, as we see Exist come rushing forward, coming in with a beautiful knock. Now what a nice straight off that is. That is the way you are supposed to start a match when you have a few visitors that you don't necessarily want to be there. But of course, the same situation is happening over on the side here for Slime4 KT and Lusail. Now, Lusail definitely in a position where they need to bring a bit of a bounce back. So far, we can see Chico and the rest of the team just taking a little bit more of a calculated approach. Salam, of course, already getting sent back. But, I mean, the players here from Slime4 KT, they've already started to build up a little bit of momentum. And you can see them now being super hungry, as you said before, for those points. They're going to look to bring in a little bit more as well.
Absolutely, and I would expect the same sort of coordination that we saw from Team Unique coming through here. As soon as you got that sort of deterrent, you get that information to your teammates, and let's regroup and take it on together. And Slime4 KT now, Storm in particular, is going to spot out at least Watson, trying to run just around the corner. Going to pop a couple of shots, and they're just making fantastic connections. So that's going to be what's going down, and I believe the confirmation might be following shortly. And this is the question I have, where is the rest of Lusail? I see them in cars, I see them rotating back to try and pick this one back up. Got a touchy there towards the top one, to just towards the left hand side, but those rotations need to come through here, otherwise we're losing our teammates. Maybe not for nothing necessarily, but definitely not how they want to start off the second match. Again, on that back foot, they want to have a recycling of what they saw in the first time. They want to come back, they want to refresh, and they want to start this one off a little bit better. And I definitely do. I'm still of the opinion that I'm waiting for Lusail to just blow me off of my feet, just absolutely surprise me with their performance, because they've been a team that was, at least in league play, we saw them so calculated. But again, is that conversation of what you see in league play is not necessarily what's going to come through in Super Weekend.
Yeah, all I can say is they can bring it, because I'm sitting down, so it's fine, right?
You can fall over.
yeah. If they want to knock me off my feet, it's fine. The chair does recline a little bit, so I'm good.
Got that good support.
Yeah, I'm open for that to happen, so please be my guest. But this time around, having a bit of a look at the map, we do see the players here from the side of Cryptics positioned all the way over on towards that western side, and no one really close enough to really contend against them or challenge them or put any stress on them for the time being, or pressure. So they can kind of take that opportunity to come in with their rotations. And I wouldn't be too surprised if they actually maybe rotated down along that southern edge, as that whole kind of rotational path is quite open, right? And of course, Blackjack, the only team currently situated up in towards Los Leones, they should also start to maybe just see where they can position themselves, because I also know the zone hasn't popped just yet, and for the time being, Los Leones is relatively center zone, but we've seen this many times before. Once these engagements start happening in the cities, it is definitely a position where you do not want to be, and this is actually a completely different thing. This is one of the few times on broadcast that I've seen teams actually venture into the tunnels here of the mine and actually fight. I mean, YONKOUS and Unique now exploring some new avenues as they make their way through and have a bit of a tussle, a bit of a fight. for control of the mines. I mean, I can honestly not tell you when last I saw teams fighting. I think this is actually the first time that I've actually seen teams duking it out down in
At
the
all.
mine.
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I can't think of a single time that I've actually gone to the mine and seen anyone else there. I mean, my teammates have also said, "What are you why are we going here? What is the point?" But hey, look, I'm loving to see this and a little bit of a new, set of avenues here. And Winky, hello, just giving a little bit, a couple of haircuts there and making sure that YONKOUS is just checking their crouch controls. Just making sure that they can duck and dive when they need to. But also want to give a pointer out to you. Do you think? Well, I assume Mad Knight, SWAT69, Virtual Gaming, and Intruder Africa watching this back, preparing for the next week of league play. Shout out to you guys if you are there. If you're watching it now live, let us know in chat. We'd love to hear from you. But they're going to be watching all of this information, right? They're going to be getting all this information coming back into the league play. So that's also something to keep in mind because they're going to get some juicy information here because, as we said, all of a sudden these teams acting very differently, performing very differently, and maybe a little bit more aggressive, especially with regards to those kill points. Obviously, because we want to pad that overall ranking as much as we can, but also we want that $500 chicken. It's going to be tasty.
But you were talking about juicy, right? And looking at the positions we have coming in from the teams here, things are definitely looking on the juicy end. I mean, we got the players, as you can see, they're from Team Umbra as well as Triple Esports. Side by side over on towards that northwestern side of Los Leones. Up north, we've got 1 million and G3. Then, of course, several more teams. Darkness in between them and the position we have currently for the players there from Black Dragon. Not a super aggressive shift, though, coming in from the zone. So the teams can kind of continue forth with what they were already starting to initiate here. And for G3, that is going to be a reposition. They're going to be looking to advance a little bit further up in towards zone, looking to set themselves up in the buildings. I'm pretty sure that they could have spotted the players there from 1 million right up alongside them. You do see a little bit of a cautious tactic now being deployed right here. But of course, Black Lost is not going to be wasting any time as they just come rushing forward, looking to position themselves right here on the edge while the players from the side of G3 are now going to be continuing to rotate even further forward. But already some good call-outs coming in from the side there of the players from Triple Esports. We see now taking that position smack dab center zone. Of course, Slime 4KT could be having a bit of a fight with the players there from Cryptics all the way down over into towards that southwestern side. But, I mean, pretty close to center zone. It is going to be the side here of 1 million and G3 fighting it out, duking it out, looking to see who can gain control of this region. And we saw quite a bit of success, in fact, coming through for the players here from G3, particularly rotating up from this kind of angle.
And particularly on Miramar, like you said, Miramar was one of the maps that we were really looking at G3 tempo there towards the league play. Also in general, I mean, Miramar, G3, they're synonymous in my brain. So I really do want to see how their performance is going to come through into this one. It might start with that engagement there with 1 million esports. And like you said, Triple Esports, smack bam center zone, very close though, as we said, to Team Umbra, who probably have spotted out a little bit of information. Maybe heard the cars once or twice, and of course now with Wasted Down, they're looking for a little revenge. They also started off the first map that we saw a little bit more on the stronger side, picking up those 2 eliminations, really being active, aggressive, looking for a little bit of something. And Super Young Stars, what is that shot? I mean, that is some distance on that.
Yeah, Allah coming in with some beautiful reach right down on towards the players here from the Super Young Stars. And I mean, next level, just taking that position, the bit of a high ground they have there to the next level. Both teams, of course, fighting from within their respective hardcover positions, but definitely some good exchanges happening between both these teams, and they're, of course, now situated very close to the edge over towards the western side of zone. So when this blue zone closes up, which we can see is going to be pretty imminent, they will definitely have to think of a way how to best get out of this position. But center zone, definitely starting to get pretty crowded. We've got more and more teams just piling on through. And of course, the players here from next level going to be proactive as they get ready to move. But we see a very similar approach coming in for the players there from the Super Young Stars as well. Also hopping in their vehicles, getting ready to move, not going to be waiting around to see where the next zone is going to go. They want to rotate up. They want to be there just in case the zone provides them with a good foothold or good anchor point to potentially set up. Of course, looking at the spacing, there's still quite a few open spaces, but that's not going to matter as much now as we move into that next phase. The blue zone about to show us what it's got up its sleeve. And at this point, well, it is looking quite fantastic there for the Masters over on those Picado Hills. Of course, G3 also positioned up on the high ground. But don't forget about Triple Esports. They are also right there in the
esports. So you're already getting out of the car a little bit sooner because, you know, they expect a little bit of contention going up into those hills. As you said, fantastic position, you know, for Masters Esports. And I think it's a position that many teams would want to contest for, especially early on. So with the activity that we've seen from these teams, you know, with the sort of active, maybe proactive, you know, decisions we've been seeing making, I do expect Zero Tolerance to maybe sneak up on if they do get that information. And of course, Next Level and Cryptics just taking a nice little stroll, a nice little tour here of Miramar, right? Similarly aside each other, you know, not getting involved too much just yet. A lot of contention there towards that southern part of the zone. And again, I want to point out, you know, these early rotations, just the way that we can immediately see these teams shifting into zone. I'm loving that. I'm loving that they're finally showing us that, finally bringing that out. And what better time to do that than the first Super Weekend?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see. I have to agree with you on that. But another thing that's quite beautiful to see is that we do have the engagement starting to get dialed up. Next Level also just up ahead of the players here from Super Young Stars once again. So that engagement just moving its location. It hasn't stopped.
Wow.
It just shifts up a little bit further. But we do see a lot of shifting, as you've mentioned, coming in from the teams. Everyone's still continuing to try and find that prime position to move up into. Of course, the players there from Zero Tolerance now actually making a very interesting rotation, heading along the northern side, and we could maybe see them pulling up in towards Graveyard. Graveyard, for the time being, of course, entirely open for the taking, and we are still with all 16 teams in the lobby. Unique reduced down to 1 as Exist now needs to face off against the push coming in. Yes, indeed. Senkei getting really close to that one, but Exist now having to perform at their top level here, as this is going to be quite the push coming in from the side of Cryptics.
Yeah, that Awu just sort of jumped out of there because that nade just sort of jumped out there from Team Unique. Now Exist, of course, trying to fight this battle. Looking a little bit lonely, unfortunately, but the aim is true. Not true enough, though, when the entirety of Cryptics is looking to take you out, which unfortunately is the case. Unique now confirmed with those 2 eliminations going out in 16th place. It's not the most amount of points that they would have wanted to pick up into this one, but something is something, right? Cryptics, again, you know, Team Unique was the first team that we saw, that beautiful coordination coming through. You get that information, you push together. You know, as a team, beautiful coordination, and once again, fantastic bait and switch there from Cryptics. The first one goes out immediately with a follow-up from the 2 other teams. So I'm liking that we're seeing this coming through and coming to fruition, because this is what we expect from these teams, right? They have the experience.
Yep.
We know they're capable of this and so much more. Team Umbra, feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action, are going to be able to just reset themselves, and I'm still waiting for Zero Tolerance, you know, to make that final rotation. They've looked a little bit, I don't know, left and right. Vortex now going down to the play zone. I don't know what's... I don't know where they're wanting to go with this one. I don't know what's happening on their front. Maybe there's something else going wrong with the rotation, but we'll see where they actually end up, DK.
I can't really fault Zero Tolerance's rotation, right? I can't really fault it because I see what they're doing, right? They want to try and ride the storm as long as they can and just sneak in near the end and just go to town and, you know, pick up some absolutely fantastic points, right? That's the kind of approach that I see coming through from the side there of Zero Tolerance. Did they lose a player? Yes. Is it the end of the world? No. They can still continue to just advance further and further forward. Of course, the players there from the Masters position just up ahead of them, bringing in a very similar kind of approach. But down south, the teams don't necessarily have that luxury, right? The players here from Lusail, they've been reduced down to 2. Up comes the advances here from YONKOUS now, also only sitting on 2. But they've got to be careful because Blackjack are right there alongside them. Of course, we got Reverb and Lelouch just now on the front end there. A beautiful 2-2 split coming in from the side there of Blackjack. But how is the players here from YONKOUS now going to deal with the threats they have? Because they also still need to get themselves back up in towards zone. And so far, it is looking to be a rather challenging rotational path for them. Another point that is also quite challenging is the position that Slime KT is trying to hold as Myth just come bulldozing through. Broly and the rest of the team just going absolutely ham, picking up that squad wipe and 4 elims to their name. Of course, now Umbra, also, as you said, a team not to forget about. They just trying to hold up on the edge as they now also look to just flex a little bit on their position coming in from that southern side.
I don't know how much they can flex there with those nades, but they're definitely trying. Morteza still up with this one, but that's the confirmation now officially for Team Umbra. They're going to be taking the names of Super Young Stars off the leaderboard, but now they immediately, unfortunately, have to face off against Cryptics, rolling up on into this one. And looking at it now, of course, Cryptics, I mean, they've heard, they've heard the noise. They've heard the damages coming through. They've seen the feeds. And of course, they would love to get involved as quickly as possible. Marshall going to be one of the teams, one of the players here to lead the charge alongside Senke, just on that hilltop, looking for Morteza, who is trying desperately to get a couple of heals off here, but look at the damage that's being covered through. YONKOUS as well, just on the backline, rotating on through. Vibe still knocked, still an opportunity to get raised, but you need to be fast because here comes Carry Boy trying to get the confirmation, and it's just a roll by. Let's go. Team Umbra out for the count. Unfortunately, not having an opportunity to reset there, not having a second to breathe.
Wow, that was just beautiful to see the players there from Cryptics just dialing up the pressure there as they came swooping on through. But of course, they find themselves in a bit of a pressure position as well. Several hits now coming in there from the side of Myth as they are quite relentless. But with that now, we do see GG next getting caught off guard there. Lewis, the last one left to try and defend the position. But now comes the ever-important rotation zone, taking quite a bit of a shift over on towards the eastern side. Darkness and the players there from 1 million also now just duking it out for a controlling position over here on towards the eastern side with Momin and Whiskey leading the front line. They've already found several knocks into the side there of 1 million. Just one player stands between them and 4 Elam points. Will they clutch it? Yes, they do. Beautiful play as the players from Darkness sends 1 million back. With that, of course, we also did see the players from Zero Tolerance, I believe it was, taking a quick knee. But now, Darkness getting put in quite an uncomfortable position as G3 comes in with the third party right up behind them. Head after head just rolling on through. But Momin and Whiskey now having to just dial up their defensive play here as Buden and Six God Nacho, the whole squad in fact from G3 just rolling on through with the Thunder. Buden getting traded off. Momin doing a dance around the shack here, trying to just stay out of harm's way for the time being. Nacho, trying everything. Is going to be able to get the jump shot. Goes in for the finish. Puts quite a bit of damage up into Whiskey. Oh, come on. Now's the opportunity to strike while they're trying to heal it up. Moment quickly bringing in that medkit. Nacho just trying to stay out of harm's way. But here we go. Buden still continuing to feed information to the team. Look at this. Nacho getting ready for the rush. Oh, puts quite a bit of damage in. But Moment still holding strong. Come on. Will G3 be able to close this one out? Or will this be a victorious play for the side of Darkness? So far, Momin looking absolutely phenomenal in that position. I mean, we are down to only 9 teams, but look at this. Darkness just doing the dance. The blue zone now starting to move in, and unfortunately, Flacco and Six God take down Momin with that. Darkness have to pack their bags, and it is down to the final 8 remaining teams. But of course, look at that feed. Cryptics starting to dial up the pressure as they are starting to ascend down upon the teams with only 2 players left in their squad.
Yeah, Team Masters once again up with the full squad as well as next level into this one, and rotations have already been made and they are looking not too bad, but they're right next to each other. Of 2 full squads are right next to each other and they might be finding each other shortly, as we can see that rotation coming through. Azar taking quite a bit of damage, trying to get out, but not quick enough as that comes through there. YONKOUS now turning their attention to Triple Esports as well. Everyone finding each other, and unfortunately YONKOUS will be found back inside the lobby. Now Masters Esports still trying to put the pressure here onto next level, finding a second. Only 2 more stands in their way, and then they've got at least a little bit of breathing room on this western side here, and which they would definitely want to have. Sorry, on the northern side. Now next level in a little bit of a situation here where they need to recover. They need to get back into this one. They've only got 2 members left alive, and Team Masters Esports They are looking to get that confirmation that nade is being prepped. That nade might be perfect going through. Is it going to connect? And it does. Does the damage.
Ooh.
And Gaddafi not feeling too great about that one. Down with Allah, trying to hold on to this one. But now a little bit confusion sets in. Masters Esports trying to swivel their heads, trying to figure out, because they are investing a lot of time into this fight here with Next Level. We're just snaking around the ridgeline here. And of course, you don't blame them. There's so many teams here towards this northern side that anyone can be third party at any time.
Yep, they definitely could be. And of course, we do see all the teams now just trying to play on the edge. Only one team so far secured within the zone. We did see the players there from Blackjack moving in, but Ban going to try and utilize every opportunity that is brought his way. Of course, now still having to try and deal with Allah and Gaddafi, as we can see up ahead. But up comes the players now. The rest of the side here from the Masters looking to push and push and push. Will they be able to secure that position? Are they going to be able to pick up Gaddafi? It is going to be an absolutely beautiful play. And with that, the Masters actually get sent back into the lobby. Marshall, the last one left for Cryptics. But here we go. Ban picks up Gaddafi. And down goes Next Level. 4 teams now left to fight it out. G3 taking their play, heading right up in towards the zone. But now the pressure's on. Can the Masters and Cryptics find a good position to move up into? Bamboo now coming under fire. Marshall coming in with a quick rotation. But look at this area they need to move into. There is no option. There's no hard cover aside from the potential positions. We have G3 and the players there from Blackjack situated in. Of course, now Flacco just leveraging the terrain here. Sin coming under fire as well. And with that, the players from the Masters have been reduced down to only Bamboo. But look at the bounce. Up it comes. Is it going to reach? No, just narrowly missing. Oh, this is devastating. But G3 getting, tunnel vision as the hits come through from behind. The third-party hit. Blackjack looking to capitalize on that now as we see Cryptics also getting sent back. 3 teams remain. G3 not looking too good at this point. 6 got in a really, really challenging position. But it is not the end just yet. It ain't over until the chicken sings. So we'll see what the chicken is going to be singing about once we get to that point. But yes, up it comes. Oh, it's so close. But fortunately, it doesn't reach up onto... Oh, G3. What? Down goes Bamboo. And it's now going to be G3 and Blackjack to fight it out for the winner chicken dinner.
I don't know if you can count G3. They're basically down to 1.5. Blackjack up with 3. That Rez should be coming through with 6 guard, and hopefully they've got enough meds. Yeah, bandages. Bandages can work, I guess, for G3 Temper. Something is better than nothing here. Up against Blackjack Esports, who obviously have that information. That contention just finished right up ahead of them, and they've just been sitting and relaxing. They've got the zone. G3 Temper need to move on in. I mean, the care package is there, nice little bit of an extra surprise, but look at the pathing that they have to take into the zone. It's wide open. It's the exact same position that we saw Masters in, and now G3 Temper are getting a taste of their own medicine that they were dishing out. Unfortunately, Blackjack Esports now trying to push on through, just edge their way forward, throw a couple of nades and see if they get lucky. They need some information. How has 6guard and Flacco spread out? They don't exactly know just yet. And 6guard going to make this rotation. Might have spotted a pixel there, and absolutely they did. Reverb, pixel perfect precision there. Giving a little bit of a haircut there to 6guard, who's also just trying to find an angle into this one.
But this is now where it all comes down to the players from Blackjack just maintaining their position. G3 being the team that has to reposition back up into zone. I'm liking the fact that Blackjack has now disengaged from the building, moved out into the field, getting themselves a little bit closer. And already we did see a beautiful trade-off coming in between a Reverb there and 6guard. But look at this, the vehicles now being deployed. Flacco getting rushed as MG is just riding the edge of that blue storm. Not going to be waiting around for Flacco to push forward. Instead, goes out looking to go get him. But up comes Flacco. Oh, gets picked up. It is now down to 6guard. MG and the rest of the squad here now just having to stand their ground. But up they come rushing forward, picking up the final Elam. And with that, they secure themselves the first chicken dinner on Miramar. Of course, the second one for the day. But what a play that was. Blackjack locking it in, picking up their first chicken.
Teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. I was talking about coordination. They were Team Unique. I was talking about coordination, with Cryptics, what we saw coming through from there. G3 Temper, the same. But finally, that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful teamwork coming through from Blackjack Esports at that perfect moment that MG was going to get that, engagement coming through. There comes the shot. There comes the team that you need watching your back. And it was beautiful. And that's exactly why they found themselves in that 3v1 situation. They were a little bit hurt, but they made it work. And again, we talked about rotations, finding that one potential spot in the zone, and they had it all to themselves. Again, so many of the teams falling short, unfortunately, in terms of rotating into very awkward places, awkward pathing, unfortunately, out in the open. It's like shooting fish in a barrel there, but that was a beautiful, beautiful, change up. Blackjack Esports coming through. We were waiting for a little bit of something, but this was next level.
Yeah, it was definitely a really good performance coming through. But I gotta say, I'm really liking the approach coming in from all the teams in the lobby, right? We are seeing a lot of that proactiveness coming through. The teams really trying to get themselves ahead, trying to bring in quite a few different plays in comparison to what we've been seeing from them. So I'm loving where this is going, and the only where it can go from here is up and forward, and the teams really bring in some surprising things. But of course, we know next up is going to be over on towards Erangel. But the teams so far, first Erangel, first Miramar, doing an absolutely fantastic job. Why did I say first Miramar? The only Miramar over in today's Super Weekend matches. So definitely quite a few things to look forward to as we make our way forward. But I got to say, Miramar, it was absolutely fantastic to see what the teams brought. And of course, we do know that we do have a few of those highlights also on their way, just to remind everyone of the insanity we saw unfolding on the battlefield. But got to give credit where it is due. Well done to the players there from G3 as well as Blackjack for securing themselves some really strong finishing positions there. And of course, the chicken going over to Blackjack, a very comfortable chicken dinner being brought in there. So 2 chickens down, 2 matches down. There's 3 more chickens left on the table. Who's going to be the teams to take that? We have absolutely no idea. But looking at what we're seeing so far, I still think it can be pretty much anyone for this point. But before we go too far, enjoy a few of the highlights from the past match. So as we saw, quite a few dynamic approaches the teams are starting to implement here. And I got to say, it is heating up more and more. So we even saw Six God there just getting caught and lit on fire by a very lovely Molly making its way on through. But at the end of the day, that is just kind of how the cookie crumbles. That is just how it goes. But of course, well, speaking about how it goes, we have to take a look and see what the current match rankings are looking at and how many points these teams were able to secure in this match.
Absolutely. Blackjack Esports being the team to get that winner chicken dinner with 5 eliminations leaves them with 20 points that they are adding to those overall standings. And of course, as we mentioned, these points are not going to be reset. From today, you have an opportunity to start packing on the points, start getting up that leaderboard as far as you absolutely can climb. G3 Temper, of course, as we know, came through in second with those 6 eliminations. So they're very close behind with those 18. And Masters Esports, also a team that again, they had so many numbers there towards the end, but they made it work. Unfortunately, being caught in a very awkward position, still picking up 7 eliminations with 17 points. Love to see that. And Cryptics, once again, that balanced approach, 8-8. I love to see it. So again, I'm loving the fact that we're seeing such a spread of pools. We're only really seeing next level dropping it a little bit lower there with the elimination points, but it's fairly spread out with eliminations.
Yeah, and it's really good to see because, I mean, if we look at a team like Masters that we saw there, for instance, they finished in 14th place in league, and here they come stepping up to the second match of the day, taking that third position, and things are looking a little bit different once we get onto this second page, but we see the players from 1 Million Esports on this side once again. So I'm hoping that, they can get themselves out of the funk and bring it into our remaining 3 matches. But we also have the players here from YONKOUS coming in with a very satisfying amount of eliminations. We can see 6 on board. That is some healthy numbers to have. Now, we just need to dial in those placement points, but I mean, that is still something to be relatively chuffed about. I mean, 7 points on board, that is, that really helps. But what's also going to be quite essential here for teams is to maintain the consistency, right? Because consistency is key. We saw that being pretty evident for a team like Lusail coming through in the league play. They started off with an absolute banger, but then kept up the consistency and just brought in those points one after the other. And of course, now speaking about bringing in those points, we need to take a look at the overall rankings to see what the current position is of these teams.
Ooh, yeah. So this is really where I want to understand. Look at the jump with Masters Esports in second place now. No winner chicken dinner to their name, but matching our leading team currently with 37 points. Blackjack Esports as well, finding themselves in third place currently alongside G3 Temper. They were 23 points, and this makes a little bit more sense to me. Some of the teams that we're seeing here. We do see Cryptics moving up into 6th place. Super Young Stars, who really were trying to pick up those eliminations. With 7 eliminations, they find themselves with 15 points in 7th place. And Darkness, also a team that really, it's not the first time we've seen them do pretty decently on Miramar, coming through, just making it to that first page. I mean, so far, we're seeing some very interesting spread of points.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting spread. But of course, Slimefolk AT, that's not the spot we want to see them in. Team Umbra, we know that is not a spot that they are supposed to be in. But it is a good position for Triple Esports to be in. Already bringing some extra bit of, play to the table there. Up in that 10th position, of course, YONKOUS also stepping it up, keeping it up. But now, we need to see the teams sitting a little bit further down. Team Umbra, Zero Tolerance, Lusail, as well as 1 Million, right? This is not where we were expecting to see them, right? So we want to see those plays come through. We want to see those strategies and those tactics being implemented and just working out beautifully for them. Will we have it happen today? Well, I've got my fingers crossed. I hope that is exactly what we're going to be getting. But we'll definitely have to keep an eye on these teams to see how they continue to advance through the matches of today.
Yeah, look, the competition really picking up, and as you said, we are seeing a little bit more of an energetic approach. I guess is the best way that I can really say it. You can use that for later, for what. But coming through, I think it's really just fantastic to see how these teams have just switched it up. From the league play to what we're seeing now, so much more proactive in trying to find those eliminations, which we can see on the standings. There's a little bit of a disparity with regards to these teams picking up huge elimination points, and then, of course, not everyone can get all the placement points. There has to, unfortunately, be some sacrifices towards the bottom of the rankings, but it's really a beautiful change-up.
Yeah, definitely an absolutely beautiful change up. And with that, of course, we want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner. And the team's still going to need that energy if they're looking to push through successfully through the remaining 3 matches. So quite a bit still to come. So be sure to stay tuned. We are going to be taking a quick break, but we'll see you right back afterwards with our next Erangel. Welcome back, guys. We're getting ready to roll on with the action, heading straight over towards our third match of the day. Now, if you want to get involved in the conversation, head on over to Facebook and, of course, Instagram. Search up for Esports PUBG Mobile Africa. Let us know what your thoughts are. Who do you think is going to be the team to reign supreme after this first day of action right here on the Super Weekend? Looking forward to your answers on that. But of course, now we are getting ready to move straight over on towards the lovely Erangel once again. But this time around,
Ooh.
the flight path is mixing it up once again, right? We did see the first one being a little bit more down towards the south. This time, it is a little bit more leaning towards that eastern end. So it is going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, particularly for the teams that like to move over to like hospital, shooting range, Gatka, or even a ruin. So we know a team like G3, for instance, they're going to have a very comfortable drop spot. As we know, their location is smack dab almost nearly under the flight path. But we're also now seeing a few interesting developments coming from this as well. I mean, the players there from Cryptics heading right up towards Stolberg, Kameshki, their kind of usual spot if the flight path allows it. But I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing any of those hot drops coming through, as the teams now will have to kind of try and alter their drop locations to best accommodate this flight path.
Yeah, you know, Unique is also one of the teams that I often expect there towards Severny. This time around, they're heading a little bit more south. You know, many of the teams changing it up just quite a bit. Obviously, we're talking about those alternate drop slots. And, okay. So, Zone coming through, you know, pulling it again towards that eastern side. So, I mean, if we're talking about about the flight path, it's very happy. You know, it's very welcoming. But for some of the teams that might, you know, would have wanted to go a little bit more to that western side to have a little bit more of a peaceful opportunity to get some loot in, not going to be the case for you, unfortunately, because we know the teams are really prioritizing those early rotations as we expect them to. They want to get themselves set up as quickly as possible. But Milta Power also still very, very open, so that's still a good opportunity for teams to maybe get themselves set up. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's okay. Erangel has been fairly good with the starting zones so far.
Yeah, and we actually see nearly all the teams are currently positioned within this first zone. So it's a slight bit of a change, seeing that the flight path and the zone kind of working hand in hand. So it does make it a little bit easier for the teams to focus on their gameplay, to make sure that the positioning is kind of the way that they would want it to be. And of course, the players here from Umbra, as we can see, currently just exploring their region a little bit, just trying to see if they can find a good position to move on into. We do, of course, have them a little bit further up north. But speaking about up north, we are seeing the players here from Lusail and YONKOUS also now having a bit of a tussle here. But YONKOUS caught in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, because they've got Umbra rotating up alongside them from the southern side. And then, of course, the addition of Lusail positioned just up north. So this could maybe be a kind of a pincer position that YONKOUS don't want to see themselves in.
Yeah, no, look, it's a little bit of an awkward position here. Of course, starting off, you know, with one or two members dropping, it's not fun. It's not fun, unfortunately. But we still have great representation. There's no insanity going down. We're not seeing team wipes. It's all right for the time being. And many of the teams now making their rotations through. Cryptics still there towards that northern side, having a good old peaceful looting. And many of the teams quite spread out and still desperately trying to get themselves set up, trying to prepare at least for, you know, the potential there of those initial engagements. Super Young Stars as well, crossing the bridge a little bit early there from Military Island, right past Team Unique as well. So that's going to be a little bit of an interesting one. Team Unique is actually currently set up, so they should be hearing those cars flying right on past them. Not sure if that's going to be an engagement that's going to happen. But for the time being, at least it's a great bit of information there for them. And yeah, no, I'm liking it. It's a beautiful spread out. I'm still just waiting for that, you know, that pin drop. When are the teams really just going to start going at each other?
It all depends, I guess, on what the next phase is going to be bringing in. So far, it does seem like the players here from the Super Young Stars have made a rather successful rotation. Not taking too much damage on their way through over on towards that more western side. But the blue zone is not going to be waiting around, not providing them with much opportunity really to go through this looting phases. They've now decided to rotate towards Primorsk, which is an interesting decision that they've decided to make there. But I mean, yeah, it's also not too often that we see the position here of Novo being an option for teams really to comfortably loot in, particularly going through the first phase, moving closer towards that second phase. But it's good to see the bridges still being in play. The teams for the time being respecting the space, and of course some beautiful visuals coming through there once again, just showing us the lovely land of Novo. But the teams not being as mobile this time around, right? They do seem to be a little bit more settled in their positions. Or at least for the time being.
Yeah, look, at least for the time being. So, I mean, many of the teams, like you said, already in that zone, already comfortable. You know, they don't really have a need to rush. They can take a little bit more time getting themselves some good loot, getting themselves, you know, maybe a good opportunity to set up. You know, we still have two teams there towards that military island, of course, that being Next Level and Masters Esports, which you can see currently having a little bit of a hop, hip, and hype there towards the containers. But the problem comes through is also we're talking about those bridges. You know, I really do want a little bit of bridge action here, DK. We've had those bridge changes coming through. I think we saw them briefly just as the teams were, you know, driving by, but we haven't seen a full fight going down. I really do want to see the teams just going neck and neck on those bridges.
Yeah, we will see later when the zone kind of makes up its mind, deciding where it wants to go. But for now, the teams are going to be looking to just continue on with their positions. The players here from 1 million now heading a little bit closer towards the lumberyard. But over on towards the western side, we do see the players here from Triple as well as Unique. And we saw formerly right behind them. Again, not a super aggressive rotation coming in. As we said, you know, the zone did make it relatively comfortable for the teams to start with. So now it comes down to how are they going to look to play those positions. But already Triple coming in with a 2-2 split, sending two of their players a little bit closer towards Potato Hill. And if we look over onto the side here of YONKOUS and, of course, the players from Zero Tolerance, we've got Skydo with a DBS. Surely he's not going to use that for those long-range engagements, but, well, it's probably worth the shot. We'll find out. We also now have the players here from Darkness just moving up into the scrapyard. But look at this Blackjack looking to get right down to business as they come rushing forward up into the lumberyard, looking to get into the fight here with 1 million. The heads coming through on either side. MG getting knocked right on down. And so far, it looks to be a pretty good start for 1 million.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of pain being dished out here. And 1 million, one of the teams we were waiting for them to really climb up those leaderboards now. Flex finding himself on the rooftop here. Beautiful position. Might have just spotted Zane prepping a nade. But here comes Dexter to just help out and takes Zane down. Blackjack Esports now not feeling too great. Swiveling their heads, trying to find angles. But we're looking in the wrong places here. 1 million Esports now holding the line, looking to push on forward. Zane knocked. Looking for those eliminations, looking for the confirmations as well. We need to get them down. A lot of damage. This MG pulls on right behind them. Gets a beautiful collapse. And now Flex all of a sudden scrambling to try hold the line. And will have to hold the line on the floor. Unfortunately, 1 million down to 1 member remaining. The ones are too strong here. And Knight pulling on through, trying to bring a little bit of structure to the chaos that is being rained through from Blackjack Esports. They just got that winner chicken dinner, DK, and they just got a team wipe to start us off with the second Erangel.
Yeah, that was a beautiful push coming in from Blackjack. I mean, they are riding on the high from their victory towards that Miramar game. And now they just need to keep the focus in. They need to keep the pressure up and just play it as best they can. But as we look at the rest of the lobby, we do see the teams this time now, again, starting to converge a little bit more on towards that center zone. Of course, G3 finding themselves smack dab center. They've got several teams now in the vicinity, as we can see, having a look at the map there. We've got players there from Triple moving in. Also, a little bit of an occupation still towards the Pachinki side. But, I mean, super young stars, Lusail, just riding the Blue Storm. I'm not quite sure for how much longer they're planning to do this. But definitely, as we advance through the phases, they'll have to start considering rotating closer. And it does seem like Lusail already starting to make that call. A little bit worried about super young stars, but not all hope is lost just yet. But further down south, though, Next Level, the Masters, both teams now starting to converge on towards that eastern bridge. So it is going to be a little bit of a hot potato play coming through there for them. I'm loving this position coming in from Sin. Good anticipation right there on towards the bridge. But yeah, Team Myth having a bit of a tough time this time around.
Yeah, you can say that again. Unfortunately, Team Myth, one of the teams that has really been leading the pack so far, now finding themselves at the mercy here of Zero Tolerance and a few of the other teams running on through for those rotations, and they're going to choose to disengage, which exactly I think has to happen at this point. If they're not finding success, just get on out of there. I do want to draw your attention though, DK, to that center zone. Look at how contested it is there towards farm, towards shelter, just past school. And of course, it's exactly where we're seeing Team Myth and Zero Tolerance having a little bit of a spat as they rotate on throughs. But where do they rotate to? Because everywhere you look, there's a team laying in wait, just happy, to receive them and give them a couple of nades, maybe a couple of bullets as a welcoming gift. Of course, G3 and Triple Esports now. Ooh, we're starting it off here.
Yep, definitely looking to kind of go to town here, but Flacco just trying to send out those nades. Up comes the rush. Flacco picks up Master, but gets traded off. AWAM now trying to come in with a little bit of a reinforcement there. It is now up to Buden. And of course, Six got just on the opposite end. They came so close to victory over on towards Miramar. What are they going to be bringing rather to the table this time around? Triple in a good position. They've got all their numbers. All the players in pretty good health, at least, well, aside from Master there. But now Six trying to bring in a little bit of a suppressive fire there just to hold the players from Triple at bay so they can pull off those razors and stand or get themselves into a bit of a fighting position while grabbing the vehicles and securing that rotation. That is a beautiful call coming in from G3, avoiding the conflict, rather rotating up, trying to reposition and get themselves out of the pressure cooker. But now, talking about pressure cookers, Next Level, they've set themselves up on the bridge, and this is one of the first times we actually get to see the new bridge actually being utilized by teams duking it out.
Oh, yes, DK, we've been wishing for it. Here it finally is. Now, Next Level and Masters Esports. Chef kiss, thank you so much to the two of you. We have been waiting for a little bit of a spat here, and I like the position we're finding Sin actually just behind Next Level Esports. So we could be seeing a nice change up coming through here, maybe a pincer maneuver as they try and duke it out. But of course, now that zone coming through is going to force Next Level to unfortunately disengage and get out of there as soon as absolutely possible. Zero Tolerance, Team Umbra, and Darkness finding themselves a little bit too close for comfort as they might be looking to engage one another. A third party definitely an option available here. Zero Tolerance now with a knock in a position where they need to recover. And you can see all of those rotations coming through. Super Young Stars holding the circle, holding the edge of the zone, and actually finding themselves smack bam in zone. So this is a great opportunity for them. And I don't know how this is going to end up for Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, it's going to be a hot potato play once more. As we can see now, Darkness, Tornado trying to step it up, trying to kick up a storm. But Zero Tolerance, I'm liking the position they're coming in here, keeping themselves relatively close together to assist in focusing the efforts. Unfortunately, Vortex getting caught out there, but they could still put up quite a defensive play now coming towards the side here of Darkness. We do see Umbra also stepping up, adding in, getting their 2 cents worth of action here. But are they going to be able to bring in a more dominant performance with that third party? They also still have YONKOUS to worry about a little bit further south there of Umbra. But now, look at this. Whiskey trying to reach all the way across. Darkness caught in a relatively challenging spot. They are being contested from several directions. And this is where they need to potentially maybe try and prioritize an engagement. Are they going to be looking to take the fight with Umbra, or are they going to be looking to take the fight with the players here from Zero Tolerance?
I don't know how they're going to take this one on. I mean, looking at the position that they have now, as you said, a little bit of an awkward position that they find themselves in. Darkness now busy surrounding them bit by bit. And YONKOUS down towards the south. Slime 4KT going to pull on in as well. So time is of the essence in this moment here. Zero Tolerance finding themselves a little bit of comfort, at least with regards to the cover that they have to work with here, but those bullets can still fly through the windows there. And unfortunately for them, how are they going to take this line out of here?
Yeah, that is what we are looking to have answered. But of course, the rotations are now coming through once again. We do see the players here from Slime 4KT also getting ready to move in. Zero Tolerance just hanging around, trying to explore the options a little bit. But meanwhile, elsewhere, we do have the players here from Cryptics and Team Unique fighting it out for a controlling position up in towards farm. Lazy Boy cooking it up. Unique, no elims to their name just yet, but the same can be said for the side of Cryptics. Which way will they take this fight? But they need to be careful because all this noise is drawing the attention of the teams coming in from the vicinity.
Yeah, no, a lot of noise being drawn. As you said, wasting that time. Well, not wasting that time, but investing that time into these fights, especially in such a congested zone, means that you are just waiting for some of those third parties to come through. You're inviting them, if anything. And especially here for Team Unique and Cryptics, who find themselves in a little bit of an exposed area. Yes, Cryptics inside the building. Team Unique, however, finding themselves on top of a rooftop, finding themselves, out in the open, trying to find an angle onto Carry Boy and Lazy Boy, who are just hiding and trying to stay alive into this one, whereas the rest of the team just behind them to potentially get involved if needs be. Masters Esports also pulling on through. And that zone shift, DK?
Yeah, that is what we want to see. I mean, Triple Esports, Cryptics, Unique, good position, but now Slimeful KT gonna come flying up in towards the zone, trying to push right through the darkness. So you can see Moment now, not quite sure what he was trying with that rotation. Up comes Manuel as well. It is going to be Storm, the last remaining hopeful, as he now picks up yet another hit. Whiskey looking to rotate in. Will this be the play? Storm taking quite a few hits. The rest of the team just scattered all about. But Whiskey and Storm looking to duke it out. Both of these teams having to position themselves up into the zone. And Whiskey just sends in one for the books, taking down Slime 4KT. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming through. G3 also having to pack their bags. And with that, we are down to 13 remaining teams. We do have that blue zone now also starting to close on up.
Yeah, that blue zone is now potentially going to be an absolute deterrent for many of these teams. They're going to just have to disengage, get on into the zone, and what a path to try and take into the zone. Shoulder-to-shoulder rotations is not a fun time to be in, as we can see. Super Young Stars finding Team Unique and also having to face off against Blackjack Esports. They are just in a world of pain. The blue zone now, as we said, playing a crucial part here with those rotations as Darkness as well. Losing a couple of players, DK. This is uncomfortable at best.
Yeah. I mean, the only hope they have now is to try and rotate up and find a good position to fight from, and that they can also potentially try and fortify. There's not a lot of options really left. If we have a look at where the zone is currently positioned, we do see the players there from Lusail, of course, taking up position towards Potato Hill, at least the very edge of it. Unique find themselves up alongside the players here from Cryptics, but both teams are trying to focus their efforts not only on each other, but also on the Super Young Stars who we have now rushing up to the party, as well as the addition of Blackjack, holding over on towards that western side. Joker now having to try and just evade the spray down as Scary Boy continues with a relentless effort. And well, on that note, it is going to be the end for the Super Young Stars. However, several teams still having to move in a little bit further. Next level just on the edge of zone, because the players there from Darkness also on the edge. But next level trying to make that run, trying to see if they can find a decent position to pull up into, and they are finding themselves in a little bit of an exposed spot. Winky just utilizing the high ground, the rooftops there, to just get those beautiful angles down on towards them.
Beautiful angles indeed. Pixel perfect coming through here from Marshall. Just connecting onto Unknown, trying to find an angle and trying to make something work here. They would definitely love to give themselves a little bit of space by taking out at least either next level or maybe Team Unique just off to the side of them. And I have to add, that is a very far shot to hit if you take a look at the map here, and they're making it look absolutely easy. I mean, you can expect that from the teams coming through here. I would miss even if it was the large side of a barn here. But beautiful work coming through from the teams here, and they're still holding. Oh, they're still holding strong, but this zone is being a menace, DK.
Yeah, but better the menace you know than the menace you don't. And the players here from Myth could be quite a bit of a menacing team, as we do still have two of their players left. They are, of course, now a little bit spread out, but Umbra starting to just mobilize themselves, looking to quickly reposition and spread out a little bit more in anticipation of the team starting to start filtering into this phase. Of course, now the Masters over on towards that eastern side, looking to push in. Next level looking to meet up with them. But Cryptics now trying to keep the players there from Unique at bay. So this is definitely going to be quite a challenging play to make. But I'm looking forward to those rotations coming into the more northern side. Also potentially even that northwestern side, as we do have that beautiful ridge line on that region. But here we go now. The Masters looking to lock in a few more of those elims as they trade off, picking up head after head. Umbra, of course, now down to their foots this eastern side, but they got to be careful because next levels we can see also now starting to roll on through. Oh, but it is just pure carnage now all across the battlefield as the players there from YONKOUS run up in towards Lord from Zero Tolerance. Lusail still to rotate in, Zero Tolerance now having to pack their bags and getting sent away at the hand of YONKOUS. So a beautiful trade-off, even wasted, getting blown to smithereens as Ban sends in an absolutely pinpoint nade.
Yeah, Ban on a tear of his own. Masters Esports fighting desperately to get this beautiful position in the zone. One of the very few positions they can really work with. And on top of that ridgeline, they can have a fantastic angle onto especially the team of Cryptics. But they have to be careful of YONKOUS. They're just towards, just behind them, sorry, towards the northern side. And now look at this. Next level, you're up on the chopping block. Next nades coming right at you. Let's see if they connect the Duffy, just missing it by a hairline. And all of those rotations now forcing out. Look at Cryptics rolling on in. Marshall with the with an absolute teardown, driving through right next to next level.
Yeah, and that is what we want to see. We want to see those plays coming through. Next level. Also, now still trying to get a decent approach up on towards the Masters. The Masters just raining down with those utils, making it so challenging. But are they going to be able to find the angle? Oh, those grenades continue to fly up. We do see the damage starting to tick away. But up comes Cryptics now rotating up right behind next level. Marshall not going to be waiting around as he comes rushing straight on forward, trying to open that doorway up for the rest of the team to rotate up in behind him. But down goes Lazy Boy and Senke as Bamboo puts an almost immediate stop to that advance. Scary Boy now quickly rotating up alongside Senke, but next level just trying to survive. They do not want to get caught out in any of this action at least. But with that, what? Bamboo! I don't know what's in the drinking water, but this guy is just absolutely on fire, picking up knock after knock after knock. Scary Boy pulling off the res on towards Senke. But this is what we love to see. Next level, making it so difficult for the Cryptics to get a good position up into the zone.
Yeah, and Bamboo, once again, he's not stopping. Who's giving him these nades? Where is he getting all of these nades? An infinite supply, it feels like. And Cryptics now also not having an opportunity here to try to push on through. Bamboo still trying to find that vehicle, trying to get some of that extra damage put on through towards Cryptics. They want this confirmation. And again, this is that rotation coming through from Masters here, getting a beautiful ridgeline. But Lusail, hello, picking up Bamboo.
Wow. Wow. I gotta say, I am loving the action coming through here, but of course, it's 9 teams left now. As we can see, everyone just trying to make a push, trying to make a play here, and they're running out of space, and they have to continue to advance further and further forward. The players there from Unique taking a little bit more of a cautious approach on the edge of zone, but Myth also smack dab in the fire. They're trying to make a stand, but look at this Blackjack. They want to go for that chicken once again, looking to push and push even further. Triple also right there over towards the western side. So ideally at this point, I mean, the players from Lusail actually have quite the advantageous angle approaching the zone. The north is completely uncontested, at least for them, but Blackjack and Triple Esports having an absolute party down over on towards that more southern side of the zone.
I love the nades. Keep bringing them in and keep doing the damage. Blackjack Esports, Triple Esports, Cryptics right alongside each other. Talking about keeping your head on an absolute swivel. I hope they've got that 360 vision ready and sorted because this is going to be quite a tear. Blackjack Esports now in a little bit of a sandwich. Fantastic zone position, but look at the cover that they have to deal with as all of the teams pushing up onto this ridgeline, which is what they need to do because that zone is going to be an absolute menace. Here comes the line here from MG. Triple Esports trying to take on the push here. They're trying to get this confirmation. They want this position. They want Blackjack out for the count. They do not want to be thinking about them, and they have made that happen. Triple Esports now looking to take this further.
That is what we want to see. Triple Esports just stacking it up one after the other. But now we are down to only 4 teams left. The players there from the side of Lusail are looking pretty strong. But Cryptics trying to make a play. Bamboo is down for the count. And with that, Cryptics get eliminated once again. The Masters bringing in some really masterful players. But Lusail also now starting to advance from that northern side. The zone has shifted up in favor of the Masters. Triple Esports now getting caught in quite a challenging position here, trying to push on forward. Chico setting up a nade. Unfortunately, that rock is stopping it, but it does not stop Wanted from rolling on through. What is going on? We love to see this, but here we go. Wanted, they've now decided that they are going to step it up and go insane. And that is exactly what they are bringing in. They have a dominating position up in towards the zone. They only now need to go through Triple Esports if they're looking to close it up and pick up our third chicken of the night. Who's going to be Triple Esports sitting on 3. Lusail sitting on a full squad. The first knock coming through right up onto its Triple. Second knock coming through as well. And now it all turns down to the final member. It is going to be from Mar to try and hold on. Will he be able to claim it down? Goes Salam. One down, more to go. All up comes Chica. And Chico finds the finishing blow with that, closing it out. And woo! Lusail walk away victorious. 11 elims under their belt, and of course a very amazing chicken dinner getting brought in there at the hand of Lusail.
Wow, wow, wow. Look, Lusail was one of the teams that I was looking at, but okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, back to broadcast, right? Lusail. So what is there to break down? Again, prime position that they had themselves in, and once again, one of the first teams to get all of their members in that final zone to duke it out. Once again, you've got coordination upon coordination. Salam pushing on through, and the rest of Lusail, it's like a war that is just corralling their Triple Esports, and they're making it happen. The beautiful shots coming through, and Triple Esports, we can't take away from them as well, right? They had to make that engagement with Blackjack Esports just to get into that position, which was uncomfortable to say the least, because you're taking a risk at getting that third party, and they managed to reset themselves, get up into those top 2. But Lusail Esports, this is what we were seeing from them in the league play, and they're making it happen here on Super Weekend.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, you know, we want to see, or we were talking about the evolutions from the teams coming through, and, you know, continuously bringing in and dialing up the pressure, dialing up the tactics, and it's absolutely fantastic to have the teams do exactly that. I mean, Lusail stepped it up. The players there from Triple Esports, we've been waiting to see an absolutely banger of a match come from their side, and they stepped up, they delivered, they brought it to the table, and they just showed the lobby, you know what, listen, here we are, and we are a team to contend with. And definitely some beautiful stuff. I mean, Cryptics also stepping it up. You know, not finding that exact point just yet, but I mean, it's improvement. It's coming in. But it's so interesting to see how the teams have started to kind of change the dynamics, right? Because I wouldn't say forget about any tactics we've seen so far, right? Remember, I do believe that the players there from Cryptics are keeping quite a few things under wraps, right? They're still having as many tricks up their sleeve as they could possibly manage to hold up there. And that is a kind of tactic we saw coming through as well in the leagues, right? So they just let one slide every now and again. And I'm expecting as we get closer to the end of today, we are going to be seeing an absolutely boss level play coming through. But who is it going to be? We don't know just yet. So I think that's what's going to make the action over onto Sanhok so exciting. But I mean, now Erangel, it was just insanity upon insanity upon insanity. And again, those adjustments continue to come on through. And well, what better way to remind you of that other than heading straight over in towards our highlights. Enjoy. is getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And I mean, is like day one. Day one. This is not any other day. This is only day one. The action already just popping off the screen. So I'm so excited to see how the teams continue to just step it up match after match, day after day.
Absolutely. And I mean, we said it before, you know, for me, it feels like I'm starting PMPL Africa today because now the action is just being turned up to a different level. You know, we're seeing the teams, a very different side of the teams that we haven't before, which is expected. You know, league play, they were not going to be showing all of their cards. They're definitely not going to be showing all of their nades, which are coming through today, apparently. I mean, absolutely. I want to know where Bamboo was just holding an extra pouch of nades. What was happening? How did they make it work? I don't know. Maybe the team was just dropping him there saying, listen, you know, you're on something else here. Just take ours. Just please continue what you're doing. I think there's going to be a fantastic, you know, sort of compilation of just apt explosions coming through from that one. But we'll see how that's going to come through. I love it. I love the action that the teams are bringing. I love how they're changing it up. And again, I love that they're staying energetic, you know, active, proactive, whatever you want to say. It's just so good to see those eliminations all of a sudden just absolutely just burst up the rankings.
Yeah, and speaking about the rankings and eliminations, that is exactly where we are heading. Of course, looking at our match rankings here, you can see the players from Lusail coming in with a lovely 26-point performance. Those 11 elims just looking so fantastic alongside that winner chicken dinner. Of course, Masters Esports also putting up quite a strong effort there, coming in with those 9 elims alongside their third place finish, putting them on a grand total of 19 points. But then we have the players from Triple Esports and Cryptics, both teams ending up on 16 points apiece. And Blackjack, it's not a chicken, but it's still a strong effort. 9 elims, 15 total points. Really good stuff coming in across the board. But of course, the players here from Team Myths, I mean, they were such a thorn in the side of a lot of the teams across the previous matches. So, you know, no surprise really to see them sitting up in that 6th place. Ideally, we'd like to see them now come in with an absolute insane play in either of our remaining matches. But, you know, we'll find out as soon as we make our way towards that. And of course, if we look over on towards the second page, it was a little bit of a early one for the Super Young Stars as well as for G3 Temper.
Yeah, unfortunate couple of bubbles being thrown their way, but again, also a very sort of top-heavy performance coming through from the second Erangel, right? Most of your points, most of your placements, your eliminations, all filtering up to those top 6, I want to say, almost. They're just being greedy. They're taking it all for themselves. So you can see a lot less points coming through on this side of the page. So unfortunately for the teams finding themselves here, like 4KT, like 1 Million Esports, like Team Umbra, G3, Super Young Stars, not the teams you're expecting to say, unfortunate, you're on the last page of the initial match rankings. It's a weird thing to say, but there's always going to have to be those teams that are going to find themselves there. You know, we can't have everyone in first place. That would be a little bit unfair. So
yeah,
it's expected.
Yeah, I don't think we could call that a battle royale then.
No.
It would be a free for all, I think. But, you know, some really surprising performances once again on the battlefield. But ideally, we want to see how that then impacts our overall standings, because we know the teams are trying to still set up that foundational play. And that is what's the beauty of today, is teams are now presented with an absolutely fantastic chance to come in, to get the groundwork sorted and finish off the first day on an absolutely phenomenal level. So it can only improve from that point forward. So who's going to be the next one to do that? No one just yet, but of course, well, let's head on over into the overall rankings to see where the teams are and what the point situation is looking like.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious about this one because, as we said, Team Myth, they were absolutely dominating in our first couple of matches, but now look at it. Masters Esports coming through with 56 points because of those 24 elimination points and those 32 placement points. And I'm not surprised, because I was going to say, I feel like I've been seeing Masters, up into those top four quite frequently. They just haven't yet had that last sort of push of success to take that winner chicken dinner, but they are getting so consistent in terms of picking up the points, DK.
Yeah, they definitely are. And that's one of the points that I was talking about before. You want to see that consistency all the way through. I mean, Masters coming through with the second place in the first match, coming through with the third place in the third match, and second in the first, third in the second match, getting the numbers crossed here, and then of course that second place again over in the third match. So the only thing they are still to get is a winner chicken dinner. But sure, the consistency they've been showing so far, it's not too far off, right? They are really close to succeeding on that front. And you know, this is the other page, the second page, and this is where we look to see what the teams are currently finding themselves in. 1 Million Esports, again, not ideally the position we'd want them to be in. Same can be said there for Team Umbra, Slime 4K, and Zero Tolerance. Definitely a few opportunities still coming their way for them now to bring in those absolutely insane plays, but hopefully that is something that's still on the boards for them here today. And, you know, just a quick reminder there of what we had with the standings. But I'm excited to see what Sanhok is going to bring because that is a map that has a lot of close quarter fighting. And this is where the teams who might have found that they have a few things lacking here and there will have that opportunity now to try and make it up with a little bit more of that aggression potentially getting dialed right on in. So I do think that Sanhok is going to be quite an exciting one to witness. Any takeaway thoughts on that one?
Look, I think Sanhok is definitely going to be a switch up because we haven't seen Sanhok yet with these teams specifically, right? There's going to be the first Sanhok that we see in PMPL Africa. And of course, it has to come through on a super weekend where the teams are so active and so proactive in taking those fights to each other, basically. So you put that sort of energy with a team and a small map. It's going to be a fun one. It's definitely going to be fun. And if you thought the nades were crazy on Erangel, let's wait until Sanhok and see really where I'm expecting the absolute chaos to start.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the teams will bring. But of course, first we have to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And if you guys want to join in the conversation, be sure to head over on towards Instagram and Facebook. Look up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Let us know what your thoughts are. Do you agree with what we've been saying so far? Do you think there's going to be another team to step up and reign supreme, particularly over onto Sanhok? Let us know what your thoughts are. But of course, we look forward to hearing from you. And in the meantime, we are going to be jumping into a quick break while we make sure that the grass is tall enough on Sanhok. Well, here we are getting ready to jump straight up into the action. We're not going to be wasting any time getting straight up into the jungle, which is, of course, the ever lovely Sanhok. And here we go. A rather southern flight path coming in, but as we know, on Sanhok, flight paths don't matter all too much. What's going to be more important is, of course, where those zones are going to be going and what teams are going to be bringing in with regards to those rotations. But for the time being I mean, it does seem to be a relatively good spread coming through from the teams. We'll have a little bit more of a confirmation once they've all touched down. But this is going to be the match in which the players here from Super Young Stars Next Level, Slime 4KT, Zero Tolerance, Team Umbra, 1 million will have the opportunity to rake in a few more points. And this is the ideal map to do it on.
Yeah, pulling us through right towards that western side. I mean, we've got ruins. I don't know. It's just a fun time to see Sanhok, right? We haven't had an opportunity to really see it, so it's going to be fun. I want to see what these teams have in store for us. I mean, Camp Alpha, Tabang, you know, there's a lot of places there that are obviously up for grabs, but it's Sanhok. So, I mean, if we're talking about rotations, yada, 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 what we would normally say falls out of the window this time on Sanhok. It's a much smaller map, much easier to get those rotations done and dusted in the nick of time. And ooh, this is what I was waiting for, right? I was talking about bootcamp with Slime 4KT, and 1 million Esports has joined them.
Oh yes, indeed. Here we go. We've been waiting for a little bit of that hot drop action, and 1 million and Slime 4KT bringing it right to the table. A nice bit of a concentration coming through here from 1 million, all huddled up over on towards this western side. Slime taking a little bit more of a calculated approach. We can see 2 of their players over on towards this western side. The rest of the team situated all the way over on towards the east. I'm not quite sure whether or not I'm very satisfied with that approach, because if 1 million starts cracking, they are just going to bulldoze through potentially. So Slime 4KT needs to take this one very, very calculated. But they can't spend too much time, because they also have G3 pulling up on the hill just towards the south there. So the pressure is definitely going to be pretty high for them. But now it all comes down to how they handle these engagements. And of course, already Aimer, the first one, off it off. Trying to put a bit of a halt there, but oh, sheer aggression coming through now from the side of 1 million as they get the first knock up on towards Storm. But of course, it is going to be a trade-off, as we do see Knight also down for the time being. But look at that quick reposition coming in from Plaza. That is an absolutely insane play, just sneaking around the edge, trying to come in with that off-angle approach.
Off-angle approach. We want to get this confirmation coming through. Oh, just a jump in from Aimer there, trying to get in the line of fire, trying to make something work here. E-Flex also on that rooftop in the window, trying to find something. We've got shotguns though coming through here from 1 million Esports. They still got 3 members remaining, whereas Slime 4KT, they need to recover their members. It's only Zeus and Plaza really to work with here. So that hot drops, the ones that we've been waiting for the whole week are coming through here, DK.
And this is what we want to see, right? We want to see the teams being put through the challenge here. So far, it does seem like 1 million staying pretty cool, calm, and collected. Plaza now trying to come up with a DBS. He does pick up the hit, but of course, E-Flex comes in with a quick retaliation off the side. The pressure continuing to be applied as the players here now from Slime are having to quickly and hastily retreat. You see Zeus now heading down, trying to quickly just get himself out of that position. I'm surprised that G3 hasn't capitalized on the chaos unfolding over in towards bootcamp, but we do see several engagements happening all across the map. We've got the players there from Lusail and PMPL Esports fighting it out. We've got Umbra and Unique also going at each other's throats, and now hopefully Slime will be able to survive at least this phase. We do see Zeus now heading straight over on towards that eastern side, but the zone has centered up so beautifully towards Ruin. So I'm curious to see how the players, well, how the rest of the remainder of the side there, 4KT, are going to be able to survive that play. Meanwhile, Umbra, they're just going to be rolling on through over on towards this far eastern side.
Rolling on through indeed. Shame. Unfortunate there for Zeus, but we'll see how they can work out. And yeah, PMPL Esports and Lusail saw them just lighting up the feed there, and you can see 1 apiece each. You know, they've, you know, equally shared their numbers with each other. down to 3 members with 1 elimination, so they're happily moving on from that one. Hopefully, I'm not sure if they're going to still re-engage that. They are in zone, so I guess they do have a little bit of space, and they don't have much to worry about in terms of third party, but they don't know that. We do. They don't. Now you can see next level rolling up on, and they might be rolling right up with Unknown, finding Marshall here. Needs to be careful, no cover to work with, and you can see immediate Hightail has some information, but thankfully for them, Marshall was just busy prepping a nade. Weren't going to be looking at those engagements, but where is the rest of the team? Still regrouping, both for Cryptics and for next level. They don't have both of their full numbers on this one just yet. I think Gaddafi might even be on a boat just rotating around, who could actually rotate around to behind Cryptics.
Ooh. Well, that could definitely be a bit of an option there, as you said. Gaddafi coming in with a boat, looking to see what approach they can take with that. But I mean, Cryptics, they just patiently waiting around. But for how long are they going to sit and wait? It is unclear, but they can't waste too much time waiting for an engagement that could potentially not find its way towards them. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are going to be focusing their efforts on getting into a good setup within the zone. And of course, Zeus now running right over in towards Joker here from the Super Young Stars. Up comes the rush. Joker looking to see if he can pick up the point here. And with that, it could be our first team getting sent up into the lobby. But for the time being, Zeus in a pretty good spot until one of the nades gets sent in, or he decides to move out, and Lashin coming through with the lashing there as he sends him away. And a very unfortunate turn of events there for Slime 4KT.
Especially dropping, in their favorite spot. I mean, they got kicked out of boot camp. They just got kicked on right out, with that hot drop coming through with 1 million, really making a little bit of a statement coming through. And yeah, next level and Cryptics, we're finally going to be seeing what's going to happen here. So Gaddafi took the long way around in the boat and unfortunately met their end. And now Cryptics, with that 1 elimination, looking to find a little bit more. They got a taste of that. They smell some blood. They want just a little bit more. Alana being spotted out. Back turn. 10K, what you doing? Is going to be taking you out because of that. Down to 2 members remaining now. Unknown and Azar now finding themselves in a building. I mean, you got Wood standing between you and Cryptics. Oh, nades. What HP?
Wow. Well, I do think Azar was waving some magical wand around there, saying, Azar, I shall survive. But the players here from Cryptics, they're not going to let that one slide for all too long. We do have Unknown also just a little bit further away. Love to see them just kind of regrouping a little bit closer together to put up a good fighting chance. But the blue zone is starting to move in. Yes, it's only first phase blue, but still, don't underestimate the carnage the blue zone can bring on in. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Unknown is really bringing in too much support, but Azar steps up, picks up the first one on towards Senke. Now we see Marshall getting ready to move up as well. It is a beautiful trade-off between both teams so far. The mollies, of course, getting deployed. Here we go. Marshall could now come in with a clean sweep. Look at that. Unknown just lasering up to the top side. The blue zone really assisting in providing some extra carnage. But up comes Lazy Boy now quickly trying to assist in the rescue. They'll be able to close it up and put a quick end to the advances there for next level.
Yeah, I know now the last remaining member here of Unknown that's still standing at the very least, whereas the entirety of Cryptics is still alive and well, and they can at least afford to do a little bit of investment here. And look at that coming through here from Caribou on the motorcycle, getting right up close and personal with Unknown. Azar is still alive but knocked. And that blue zone, as you said, causing the carnage now. The time is running out. Unknown caught in a little bit of a tough situation here as Carryboy trying to get closer and closer, pushing on up to this hut, looking for the angle here. As I said, it's Wood standing in the way between you and the rest of Cryptics, and Carryboy might be the contender here to push on forward to get the confirmation. Here comes the peak, and there it is. Beautiful coming through from Cryptics to take out next level, who will be out in 15th position. So no points to their name, unfortunately, as the entirety of Cryptics still alive and well. Unfortunate, but a good investment maybe coming through from Cryptics here. Still quite far up into the zone, but it is Sanhok.
Yep, and of course, speaking about being far up in towards the zone, the players here from 1 million are going to be looking to put themselves also relatively far into that zone as they are venturing closer and closer towards center zone. But not if G3 has anything to say about it. Look at that. Buden coming through with a beautiful hit right up onto Black Lost. Down they go. Oh, it is absolute chaos as Dexter also gets traded off in the process. But Knight, quickly now trying to reposition up alongside the wall. Uflex also just down in the drink. Oh, Knight standing their ground. Not going to let the push from G3 do too much to their confidence. Of course, Buren coming up for a little bit of a closer inspection, gets the trade-off, and now it is down to Eflex to try and hold strong. But will he be able to get out of the water in one piece? Definitely not a lot of options really do remain for them. But now, Darkness getting drawn into the engagement, hearing the shots going off. We also see the action lighting it up in the feed there as Myth and YONKOUS start going at each other all the way down towards the south. But now the pressure is going to be on, right? The players here from 1 million, they've only got one player left. One moment, one opportunity.
Yeah, you said that. I also just saw Yonkers going, you said it. No, why did you say anything, DK? Look at that. Now 1 million is gone. Look what you did. You cast us cursed. I tell you. I tell you. But as you turn our attention, the rest of the teams also now getting involved right on the high rise. We've also got a few other teams that are just taking their rotations in. G3 Temper might be finding them. Oh, Tornado, you just holding the discipline here. So tempted to get involved. But for now, maybe just holding the information as Darkness still has to make an approach onto G3 Temper if they do want to take this engagement. There's too many angles here that G3 can just hide behind, just good information for the time being. They're smack bam in the center of the zone, so maybe they do not want to give their position away just yet. But
there's no need really. There's no need really to do any of that. I mean, I'm liking the advances coming through there from the side of Darkness as well, right? Inching their way closer, just creeping themselves up towards the players there from G3. Meanwhile, Myth is going to be using the opportunity to rotate up in towards the ruins. But if we look up north, Triple Esports and, of course, the players here from the side of Lusail, both teams positioned up on towards that northwestern island. Cryptics also now starting to venture into that region. But look at this. Blackjack reaching all the way across from the main island, or rather that southwestern island. As we can see, their position relatively close to the bridge. Triple for getting caught in quite a challenging angle. But, fortunately, there is a little bit of range they can make use of. But I'm quite interested to see what's going to happen over on towards that southeastern side. We've got Zero Tolerance trying to hold on to the position up in towards Painan. Umbra, as well as the Masters, now rolling up behind them. But Unique, potentially going for entire team blue zone heal strat.
Yeah, maybe even taking a wide rotation if they can find a couple of boats. I do see at least one being found there, so we'll see how that's going to go through. Might take that rotation right up into that cluster that we can see here with Zero Tolerance and Team Umbra, as well as you said, Masters just on the high rise. So we'll see how that turns out. It's going to be a 50-50 opportunity for them. Go straight, go right, go left. Depends on where you're going to be finding yourself in the thick of things. That zone now pulling as well towards Triple Esports. So the teams that we're witnessing right now, they're not in zone. They're not in zone, and they need to make a hefty rotation into an absolute cluster of teams, as only really the northern side is a little bit more relaxed. And I say relaxed, but there's still 2 to 3 teams there sitting and waiting. That is just the beauty of Sanhok and these crazy rotations.
Yeah, but definitely we could see a lot of teams rotating up along the shoreline of the river, cutting through up in towards Painan. But ideally, we'd like to see them maybe push a little bit closer towards Ruins, right? Because that whole position to the south of Ruins is open, at least for the time being.
Yeah.
But the teams don't have this information, so they're going to make the best possible calls that they can come up with. But it does seem like Zero Tolerance is starting to head up in that direction, with the players here from the Masters also not too far behind them. Of course, we do see and hear a few more engagements popping off in the background. But Cryptics now coming in, sneaking up right behind Triple Esports and the players here from Lusail. I'm not quite sure whether or not Lusail is aware of their position, but, well, they're going to be finding out that Cryptics is looking to push up behind them, as we heard a few shots already going off. Lusail only holding on with 2 players, and this could be an interesting strategy coming through from the side of Cryptics. Now just utilizing the terrain and trying to sneak their way up into those positions.
Yeah, and you have to be careful about that third party, right? So Cryptics now making a rotation, and I assume they want to try and flank Lusail, right? They want to get a better position, but they might be finding themselves in a pincer here with Triple Esports as we see that coming through. But I mean, thankfully for them, Blackjack Esports seems to be their saving grace, doing a little bit of pressure, applying that towards Triple Esports, so now they can just for their focus there to Lusail, who, as we said, down to 2 members. And unfortunately, Watson might have to watch their teammate die here.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility, but we'll have to see what it is that Cryptics decide to do. I mean, they've now rotated around and actually looking to position themselves ahead of Lusail, kind of stopping them from moving closer towards that bridge. Speaking about bridges, the Super Young Stars and Team Umbra are going to be fighting it out all the way over on towards that eastern side of the zone. As we can see them now still just trying to get away from that position towards by none. Unfortunately, Unique still in the blue, only starting to rotate towards the zone only now. So not quite sure what the strategy is coming through from them. If that's a hill strat, that may be a little bit of a changed up hill strat. Not 100% sure about that. But either way, of course, if we look now back up into the zone itself, we do see the team there from Myth as well as Darkness smack dab center, but up comes Umbra looking to close it up with the Super Young Stars. Wasted and the rest of the team still looking pretty strong. Oh, but with that, Wasted gets caught by the molly and down he goes. The barrage now continuing to fly on in. Darko managing to evade the flames, at least for the time being. But for how much longer? I'm pretty sure the players here from Umbra have still quite a few of those utilities left in their bag.
Oh, going for the res now. Oh, yes, to be careful because here comes Vibes. We're looking for the confirmation, and the nades are going to deter them just for the moment. That res is going to pop off. Joker is back up, but with a sliver of HP left. And Team Umbra just trying to find the angle here. Bounce those nades. Let's get them into the right corner. Joker still very nearly, I say that, goes down to the nades. There was just way too many to deal with now. And all of a sudden, we've got Darko left alive, trying to hold their own against the entirety of Team Umbra, who are coming through with an absolute vengeance. Wasted putting in the shots, but going down instead. Darko tunnel vision onto Wasted. Has to be careful because there's still many players still in this one. But Team Umbra taking that disengagement rather, to get out and in the blue zone. Unfortunately, they find themselves to try and recover, but just narrowly making it out.
Yeah, it is looking to be a pretty tough play. I mean, the blue zone also starting to just apply a lot of pressure to these teams now. We can see those casualties starting to start raking on in. Morteza now going to town on Bamboo. Picks up a beautiful knock. And this is where Umbra could look to make a little bit of a stand here, as Masters have still to get themselves out of this blue zone. Of course, the players there from Myths just positioned up ahead of them. Could be quite the place to move. But here we go. The confirmation almost getting made up on towards Bamboo as Morteza tries out the angles. A quick rush coming through from the rest of the Masters players here as they now look to try and secure a decent position, at least within the zone. Darkness, good setup they've got coming in right alongside the bridge. G3, of course, also still looking to advance in from that eastern side. So it could be quite the devastating position if Darkness really utilizes this. But looking at the zone, though, I mean, Cryptics have that entire north region to themselves. No one on their side of the bridge. But look at this. Down south, the rest of the teams just caught in such a difficult predicament. I mean, even Unknown getting spotted out there. Lelouch coming in with a trigger discipline. Doesn't want to give up their position just yet. And now the zone only makes it so much easier for them. The teams now have no other option.
Yeah, Cryptics as well, having to push on through. I thought, they had an opportunity here, but no. They have to get themselves closer and closer to that zone. Unique now finding the wrong side of Blackjack Esports as they are trying to creep their way into safety. And unfortunately, there's not an easy path to do so. So many teams down to solos or duos right now. And that's just the sheer amount of damage that everyone has been outputting, especially Blackjack Esports, who have been on a tear. They've got 2 eliminations to their name, and they're definitely very happy to take Team Unique as the second 2. But now, if we take a look at it, many rotations still have to happen here, and unfortunately, I don't see an easy way for many of the teams stuck in the blue zone to try and find an angle in here, DK.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty tough play. I mean, there's definitely not a lot of space for them to make much use of. And especially now that the blue zone is kind of forcing their hand, they have to make those calls. They have to hope and pray that everything is going to be fine and they're going to be able to hold their own. As we see the players here from Darkness now looking to defend their little gateway up in towards the zone. So far, pretty decent stand. It is now up to Flacco and Nacho, but down goes Flacco. Nacho, the last one left to try and run on forward. Will he be able to get ahead of the blue zone? No, it catches up, but look at this Darkness lying in wait, getting ready to just welcome him in and send them off into the lobby. Super Young Stars, meanwhile, getting traded off. Cryptics now down in the drink, trying to make a swim, but up comes the shots. Here's Nacho, tries to pull through, but unfortunately gets picked on up, and it is the end of the road for G3 Tampa. Cryptics looking pretty decent as they now move in, looking to secure their position, their anchor point up on towards the northern position of this phase. Of course, the players there from Blackjack also getting traded off, and we are down to only 7 remaining teams now.
Only 7 remaining teams, and all 7 teams looking to get that winner chicken dinner. Of course, Cryptics now in a fantastic position to get their first of the day, and they're getting closer and closer. Of course, Masters Esports in the drink, unfortunately, and Angelo there is going to be taken out almost immediately with the confirmation coming through. Team Myth now trying to pull on through, and Cryptics right alongside Lusail and Team Unique, who are also not looking too great for wear as they find each other here. The nades being thrown on through, and Watson very desperate to try and find the last remaining hopeful here for Team Unique, who have just managed, and of course, to get out of this. Darkness is out, DK.
Wow. That is devastating, but look at that scoop. Steps it up, sends it through. Chico thanks them for their efforts, and of course sends a quick one back in exchange. Beautiful trade-off coming in, but up comes Cryptics now looking to close out the lobby as they come rushing onto the position. Lusail finds themselves in, and unfortunately being outnumbered as they now get traded off, and it is down to the final 3 teams. It is going to be Cryptics up against Zero Tolerance, as Team Myth also now having it to pack their bags. Zero Tolerance down in the south. It is going to be a 4v3 in favor of the players from Cryptics, but now all Zero Tolerance can do is hold their position. They do have the favored angle up in towards the zone. Cryptics having to move forward if they are looking to push all the way through. So close to that zone, but still so far. Zero Tolerance, a little bit spread out, but looking to fortify the angles as they get ready to just fortify the zone. Will they be able to pull it off, though? I mean, they are coming in with 3 limbs, 3 players. The numbers looking good, but now can they utilize these positions? For the time being, Cryptics, they have those angles up in towards the compound, so it is going to make it that extra little bit more difficult for Zero Tolerance to get a clean line of sight on towards them. Zero Tolerance just holding strong with a 1-2 split. Cryptics, however, coming in with a 2-2 split. Marshall now being brave, venturing forward, sending out the nades, but look at this Vortex, quick to strike, down goes Senke. Gary Boy also now coming under fire, 2 traded off. It is down to Marshall and Lazy Boy. Beautiful defensive play coming in from the side here of Zero Tolerance. Lord getting traded off in the exchange. Vortex now about to come under fire as the nade comes through, and up comes the final play. Cryptics step on up, sending Zero Tolerance right on back. But what a show that was. I mean, Zero Tolerance causing so many devastating blows into Cryptics. But fortunately, Cryptics, they were able to hold their own, just push through, show the confidence, show the comfort they've got and the experience, and move in and take that winner chicken dinner.
That winner chicken dinner and 13 eliminations to add to the bag. So not only are you getting an extra, $500 to your prize winnings, but you're also heavily moving up those rankings with a performance like that from Cryptics, which is something we've been waiting for the entire day. We said it's weird to see Cryptics and how they've been performing, but I guess that tipping point has finally come through for them in the 4th game of the day, and it really couldn't have come in a more Cryptics fashion, as they really just absolutely took such a tear through all of the teams that were ahead of them. And they had a rough rotation with that final zone coming through, pulling away from the bridge. They did not have it easy by any means necessary, but they made it work.
Yeah, I mean that's again evident of the experience that they've had, right? Cryptics, we were talking about it before. We knew that Cryptics was going to start popping off at some point, and what better map to do it other than Sanhok? Get in, get quite aggressive, pick up so many eliminations along the way, and fortunately for them, the zone worked out most of the time in their favor, so they could still bring in those rotations. Did they have to work for it? Yes, they did, right? It was challenging, particularly when they rotated up alongside the players there from Lusail, who we had positioned up in towards the north. So quite a few challenges along the way, several hurdles for them to cross. Did they do it successfully? Yes, they did. They managed to find themselves in that final zone up against the players from Zero Tolerance. And at the end of the day, it all came down to finding those angles. But again, we did see some absolutely beautiful grenades being utilized, getting sent out, just causing absolute havoc on the battlefield.
It was pain. It was just absolute pain. Again, I said it. You thought Erangel was bad. You put a combination of teams that have been an absolute tears the entire day on the tiny, tiny 4x4 block map that is Sanhok. Of course, you're going to be expecting mollies, you're going to be expecting nades, and of course, those huts just work perfectly for that sort of nade back and forth, and absolutely the teams know exactly what they're doing on that regard. Again, I couldn't be happier. I feel like nades are just always the fun little extra bit with PUBG Mobile. I love explosions. That might be something a little bit more about me that you don't need to know. But let's go through the action that we saw. It was just, it was chef's kiss. We wanted to see something like this more from the teams in the league play, and they really brought it on today.
Yeah, of course, no surprise to see that. And of course, we do have our highlights also making their way on up as well. So, speaking of that, enjoy the highlights and you can see just how hot this last match was. Absolute insanity on the battlefield once again. And once again, big congrats there to the players from Cryptics for picking up their first winner chicken dinner. So far, it's been a relatively fair trade-off among a lot of the teams here. I mean, we've had constant contenders stepping up, grabbing the victory. So far, I'm pretty satisfied with what we've been getting. But of course, we are also going to be leading our way a little bit closer to see what the point situation is. Because at the end of the day, we know that is where everything is at. That is what matters. And I mean, based on the performances we've been seeing coming through from these teams so far, it is looking to be quite the challenging day, right? And consistency coming through once again, one after the other. But speaking about consistency, let's head over into the match results to see where and what the rankings are and how many points the teams were able to rake in.
As we said, eliminations 13 for Cryptics, so they pick up those 28 total points with a winner chicken dinner. But the spread of kills, I feel like, is not too bad. And considering, we had so many third parties coming through, I feel like this is very much an opportunity for the teams who maybe struggled on Erangel and Miramar to come through on Sanhok and just absolutely have an explosive performance. Sorry for the pun, but we of course know it was absolutely dominating. So I mean, Team Myth, picking up 6, Lusail picking up 5, Team Umbra picking up 6, and G3 Temper also finding themselves some nice 5 eliminations. So in terms of placements to kill ratio, I don't know. I feel like it's expected that on Sanhok, you have a little bit more of that chaos coming through.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what we see coming through on a map like Sanhok. It is chaotic all the way around, but definitely some very valiant efforts being put forth once again. Team Umbra still heavy hitting, coming in with those 6 elims. The players there from G3 Temper on 5, Lusail on 5. We see the numbers. They are starting to stack up. And again, you need to try and push through with that consistency. Of course, it was a pretty tough run this time around for the players there from Next Level and Slime 4KT, but we do see the players from 1 million coming in with 3 points on the board, picking up those 3 eliminations. And that is what we want to see. We want to see the progress being made.
Yeah. Just a little bit, just climbing those rankings a bit by bit by bit. It's exactly what they need to do, and that consistency that we see coming through. Maybe we can give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, as we were talking a little bit off stream. It's the first day of Super Weekend. We still have 45. We basically had 45 winner chicken dinners up for grabs, right? We've only covered 4 of those, so it's only 4 of those matches that we've covered. We still have another couple matches to go through. So if we give them the first couple of 5, the first day of Super Weekend to sort of readjust, then okay, that's all right. But let's take a look at those overall rankings. And I don't know about you, but I think Cryptics made a statement.
Well, yeah, again, they're just coming in with a reminder, right? Just showing you the consistency there once again. 32 placement points, 30 elimination points, putting them on a very comfortable 60 points, just 2 points, 62, yes, that's what I said. 2 points ahead of where we see the players from Masters. But I got to commend the players here from Masters, right? They're sitting in second place, 2 points behind Cryptics, and they have not had a single winner chicken dinner. They are right there rubbing shoulders with the other teams that have all had their opportunity at bringing in a winner chicken dinner. Of course, that is Team Myth, that is Blackjack Esports, and that is Lusail, right? So, yeah, much respect going out there to Masters Esports, and also Triple Esport holding their own, right? They're right there, hard on the heels, sitting up in that 6th position on 30 points. But of course, G3 Temper right behind them. Team Unique right behind them. And this is what we want to see. We want to see the teams constantly contesting for those slots, constantly trying to push up and further as much as they can. Darkness also still up in the mix, Zero Tolerance right behind them, and then it starts to trickle off a little bit, right? We get over on towards the players there from the super young stars. We've got YONKOUS as well as Neville, Team Umbra, Slime 4KT, as well as then 1 million esports. But still, the opportunity still remains. The teams have one more match to go in which they can bring in those points. They can bring in that winner chicken dinner. Could this be the match in which we see the players from Masters Esports bringing a chicken to the board? We don't know, but of course we are going to be waiting for the teams also situated a little bit further down leaderboard, bring in those plays, rake in those elimination points if at the very least that is what they can do. But of course we also need to give a big shout out to Oppo and with the upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. That was your cue, is the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. So again, much love going out to Oppo, and just really loving the representation for all these brands being involved in the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And again, big shout out to all of you. And with that, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the final match for the first day of the first Super Weekend here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Yes, that is a lot to say, but that is the truth. That is where we are. We're getting ready for our final rumble over on towards Erangel. Now, we've been seeing teams popping off left, right, and center with Cryptics coming in with the last winner chicken dinner. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the teams are going to be doing heading up into the final Erangel of today. And we don't have to wait all too long as we're heading straight on into the plane. Of course, we do see the lovely quarry positioned just down below. So that means we're coming in from that southwestern side, heading across just onto the edge, nearly up in towards Stolbus. So definitely a very satisfying flight path arrangement that we've been having here today. The first one down south, the second one over to the east, and the final one on Erangel up towards the north. So this time, we're at least covering all the angles in this one, is.
Yeah, absolutely. At least we've given the teams, ample opportunity to show us as many of their alternate drop sites as absolutely possible. And I mean, here for the opportunity, unfortunately, I'm not sure how that zone's going to be pulling. I still need more bridge action, but we might have to wait just a little while longer. And for the teams, I mean, so far it's been a pretty interesting start, especially for some of the teams. We're still waiting for Masters Esports to potentially pick up, that winner chicken dinner. They had a fantastic, couple of games. They've been so consistent in getting into those top 5 spots, but they just haven't quite yet gotten the chicken. So we'll see. Maybe they're going to change it up this time around and really go for it. But for me, I think so far I've had a very good day in terms of the surprises that the teams have been throwing at us and the surprise that the zone has been throwing.
Well, the zone has also been super consistent, right? We were talking about consistency before, and this is the third time so the third time, and every single time we've had the map and the zone rather moving in this exact direction, right? The first one, it was a little bit further up north, like a little smidgen, like maybe 200 meters further up north. But this looks exactly alike to the zone we had on our second Erangel. The only difference being is that the flight path this time around was all the way up towards the north. So what I'm curious to see is what the teams are going to do position-wise, right? Are they going to try and maybe occupy a little bit more of that southeastern side? As we do know and can see, of course, that the entirety of Farm, Multa Power, the Novo, Crates area, the entire southern island is open. Farm, Shelter, Prison, Lipovka. I mean, name a spot, it's probably open all the way down over on towards that southeastern side. But at least now up in Yasnaya, nothing out of the ordinary, right? Slime 4KT, and of course the players coming in from the Masters in their age-old engagement, trying to see who will be the victors this time around. But I'm definitely hoping to see a little bit of an improved play coming through from Slime 4KT, right? The Masters, they've been showing fantastic consistency, right? Sitting up currently in that second position, there's nothing to complain about on their front. Slime, we want to see them step up, and this is going to be their last opportunity, at least for today, to bring in some more of those much needed points.
Yeah, absolutely. We want a couple of step ups from some of these teams. The names that we haven't been expecting are coming through today, and the names that we unfortunately are expecting, unfortunately, just haven't quite gotten to that point as well. With 1 million esports, who currently are a little bit spread up. I do see a Flex, just taking a little bit of a wild ride there towards Yasnaya, and he's going to have to get into a little bit of a regrouping situation here. But Slime 4KT already, we want to see more from them, and they're unfortunately going to have to start that off with trying to get through this engagement here from Masters Esports, who also want to get a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what you want, right? You want the winner chicken dinners. Not only does it do fantastic things on the leaderboard, but there's also, a little bit of a prize connected to those chicken dinners. As you said before, it's a special kind of chicken. It's got some extra spice on it as well. So definitely the teams will have to keep their eyes on the prize if they're looking to, bank on that. But for the time being, Slime just trying to get their way around here, trying to line themselves up and potentially put a bit of a stop to the advances here for the players from the Masters. But, I mean, ooh, Bamboo getting traded off Storm with a beautiful off-angle play, just lining those sights up. But now, good start Slime just needs to now push. They need to play with confidence. They have the ability, they have the position. Now they just need to utilize it.
Yeah, you can see lining up the nades. They have regrouped, trying to take on at least one of the members here from Masters Esports together, get that duo coordination going here. And as they advance, it's going to be Sin who has to hold off the line here on the stairs. Going to be hearing those footsteps going through. They're first going to check, the second level, take it bit by bit by bit. And Sin just holding that off angle there on towards the stairs, trying to get the information, maybe get a swing in before it goes down. But Bamboo is going to be raised up and back in the action. Aimer now, unfortunately, feeling a little bit of the heat as Sin is trying to delay this push coming through from Slime 4KT.
Yeah, definitely trying their utmost best, but definitely Thin caught in a little bit of a challenging position there. The rest of the team, fortunately, not too far away, not unless Storm has anything to say about that, as we can see a beautiful nade getting sent in. Up comes 4KT rushing up towards Storm as we have Aimer and Plaza now getting ready to close this fight up, spraying down the door as one does, picking up the confirmation. But now it comes down to Bamboo and the rest of the team to try and just hold on. Angelo getting ready to do a little bit of a dance here. Bamboo not looking too great with their health bars. And of course, Ban is going to be bleeding out. But beautiful trade-off as Angelo also now getting picked up. Storm on an absolute roll. Looking so confident and so comfortable. And this is what we want to see from Slime 4KT. Seeing them step up to the challenge and just playing the game. We've seen them play so many times. We know they've got the and now I blanked. We know that they have the potential. There we go. I just need to breathe sometimes. I realized that just now. But now, of course, they just need to utilize everything that they've learned, all the skills they possess. I mean, if they had none of those, they wouldn't be here. So now we got to see Slime 4KT. We know we've got their supporters in the chat also just rooting for them. And now they got to make themselves proud. I mean, Storm, Aimer, Zeus getting ready to thunder through with the push, right? All they got to do now is just pull it off.
Absolutely. It's Bamboo, it's Ban to hold it off here for Masters Esports up against the entirety of Slime 4KT, who are just gearing and ready to take this push on through. Nades being prepped, and as many, energy drinks as Masters Esports can pop, I don't think it's going to be enough to handle all of the nades that Slime 4KT could potentially throw at them. It's just going to be about this timing. Unfortunately, they can only take the stairwell up to Bam and Bamboo, who are currently holding and waiting for that crossfire to happen here. Storm might be the first one to take onto this push. Beak is there. And now the Masters push has to come back. They're going to regroup. And DK, I don't know how they're going to get out of this one.
Well, one thing I'm kind of waiting for is Bamboo and Ban to just vault out the window, right? That is a potential play for them. So I'm curious to see what Slime is going to bring to potentially put a stop to that. And we already see one of the Slime players, Plaza, repositioning outside, waiting in anticipation for exactly that move to happen. So this could be a great one for them. Are they going to be able to pull it off, though? I mean, the players here from the Masters just patiently waiting to see what Slime is going to bring. They have position in zone, so neither of these teams have to worry about repositioning, so they can afford to stay here and just duke it out. But of course, now up comes Slime getting ready to push. That's what we want to see. Oh, the hits come in. Storm taking a little bit of damage, but Bamboo gets traded off, and with that, Masters Esports get taken out. Slime 4KT bringing in some much needed elimination points.
This is how you start off the last wrangle of the day. Going to be getting themselves 4 eliminations, as we said, and much needed, in fact, because they really need to start climbing that leaderboard. Want to get a good start here on the first day of Super Weekend, and hey, maybe we can even go for that chicken. Unfortunately, Masters Esports, the opportunity that we were alluding to has been taken from them, and they will have to look for the next one. Now, that zone going to be pulling on through and closing up to show us where exactly it wants to go. And hey, bridges are still in the mix here.
That's what we love to see. That's what we love to see. The teams now having yet another opportunity to go utilize those bridges. And looking into where the zone is currently shifting, we could very well end up with a bridge finish. Potentially, maybe even that eastern bridge, but nothing is confirmed just yet. We'll have to wait to see how it kind of unfolds. But here we go now. Team Unique rotating up from that northern side. They do have several teams positioned up ahead of them. Still the entirety of the southern island open. No one venturing all the way down on towards that Sosnovka military island just yet. But do see the players there from Cryptics, Zero Tolerance, Lusail, 4KT, even the players there from Blackjack now starting to make their way up in it towards the zone. And I do think, looking at where the zone's kind of heading, it is going to come down to a first come, first serve, right? Takers, as soon as they can get themselves into any good positions, I do think the teams could be making quite a bit of a stand from there. Of course, G3 already now looking to set themselves up. They got to be careful because we do have the players there from PMPL Esports also venturing a little bit further down on towards that southern side with the rest of the team now. I believe it is Team Umbra actually heading right towards G3.
Or a little bit of a re-engagement, as we can say. And of course, Slime 4KT and Lusail making their rotation as well. Ooh, Team Umbra now finding 1 million esports alongside Darkness. So a little bit of a third party going on there, and Darkness looking very, very comfortable in this one.
Here we go, come on. Oh, up comes Tornado. Oh, and it is an absolute storm as he comes rushing on through. Just absolutely devastating for the side there of Umbra. PRZ and Wasted, fortunately, have made it up into a little bit of hard cover just now, utilizing the compounds. But they got to be careful, because 1 million position just down towards the south. Got a beautiful line of sight from this compound. Tornado now getting caught in a little bit of a tricky spot there, taking a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, he now has his vehicle getting blown up as well. And as you can see, Adleno just trying to hold the position. But now it's down to a 3-man team potentially for the side there of Darkness. Umbra now securely positioned within the compounds, but still anything could happen. We have got so many more teams yet to rotate further in towards the zone. Lusail still on the way. Slime 4KT also heading through, but Blackjack are starting to venture in from that eastern side. Darkness trying to spread themselves out, but this is not the spot you want to be in. They definitely need to try and reposition into some hard cover, but nothing wrong with trying to pick up the teammate. Unfortunately, it is out in the open though.
Out in the open, and PRZ is very happy to give you a welcoming package there with a couple of bullets included. Now Whiskey right behind the buggy here, trying to pop some smokes and get on into the vehicle to get on out of the situation, because it's not a fun one to deal with. Unfortunately, Tornado will be sent back to the lobby, but the rest of Darkness still in this one. And Blackjack Esports, the next level, of course, have found each other once again. A little bit of a revenge going down there just towards the bottom side of Milta and close to the bridge. And again, a little bit of a difference. Not a single team making an investment into the military island, because they know they have been scolded in the past. Because look at that zone heading towards the main island and saying no military island today. So sorry. So sorry.
Yeah, it was kind of a 50-50 coin toss. Coin toss? What's that? Coin toss. There we go. Sounds much better. Thanks, DK. Either way, you know, there's a 50-50% chance as to where that zone could have shifted to, whether it was going to stay down south or up north. And well, we got the confirmation now. It has gone even further up towards the north. But this is where next level now trying to take that initiative, trying to reposition as quickly as they can, even before Blackjack decides to descend down upon them. But a good call coming in there. Nothing that I can fault there coming in from the side of next level. But they got to be pretty careful, because there's not a lot of options moving into the immediate eastern side of zone. It could be maybe a little bit more advantageous to try and go towards the western side. Those rotations could still be pulled off, but whether or not we're going to see that come to fruition, no idea just yet. But for the time being, Darkness are going to be trying to defend their position.
As they should, because this is inside the zone. They do have an opportunity to hold this maybe even further in, but all of the teams are making their rotations through. You can see Gaddafi here in the Wizard Tower just trying to find a little bit of an angle to work with. And at the moment, it's just teams rotating on through and through. Gaddafi throwing a couple of shots there, and they're going to connect. Reverb out for the count. You go, my friend. Unfortunately, you took the wrong path right past Gaddafi, who was lying in wait and very happy to take you out. Next level, as you can see, just holding the line, trying to find, you know, a couple of stragglers along the way and see if they can just, you know, bump up those eliminations here, DK.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Actually, quite a beautiful play coming through there from them. But now the team's still having to find a good position to move into. You can see, of course, Lelouch and MG here Saw some pretty strong plays from them earlier today, but are they going to be able to replicate any of that this time around? Up comes Next Level. Watching the windows, they can hear the vehicle. They were expecting the vehicle to move further on through, and Allah just raining down now. But Blackjack caught in quite an interesting spot there, because you got to be careful. Next Level kind of forcing them over on towards Darkness as MG now also gets traded off, and with that, oh, Lelouch getting sent away. It is now down to Zane, who has fortunately been able to reposition all the way on towards that coastline. The rest of the teams, though, are still going to be continuing with their efforts. I mean, Lusail focusing down on towards Darkness as Momin gets picked off with a beautiful M24 hit there from the side of Gaddafi. But up comes the rush. This is what we want to see. Teams following through on those knocks, getting the hit in, using the opening to come rushing on forward. And Gaddafi comes flying in, never mind, rushing in. Up comes the rest of the team following suit. Will they be able to close that out? Pure aggression coming through from the side of Next Level. Whiskey getting traded off. Moment super low on health, quickly healing up. But Alendo getting a quick hit coming in there as well. And now it is all down to Moment, who is now playing hide and seek up against the door, trying to move it out. But unfortunately, Gaddafi right there with the how you doing with that M4 spray coming on through. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful stuff. But of course, we can see on the map, so many teams still having to reposition back up into the next phase.
Oh, this is a tough one. If we just take a look at that zone north side, absolutely contested right now. And most of the teams, of course, that's the way that they want to go. That's the way that they want to try get into safety. YONKOUS also not feeling too great. At least now the couple of eliminations they're picking up here with Unique might help. Ooh. At least I say that. Okay, no, I lied. We've got long shots coming through here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we got to see now. You know, teams bringing in all different flavors to the battlefield here. And of course, Unique, no strangers to that. Chills now just chilling in the vehicle, waiting for better times. But, oh, Lusail and the Super Young Stars are going to be getting up into a little bit of a fight here. Joker trying to come through with a vehicle, but unfortunately, it's not going to pay off as Watson is quick to react, getting a near instant knock and confirmation almost back to back. Up comes Cronboy, looking to try and defend that position. We see Lashin in, but it is going to be unfortunate as the confirmation comes through. Chico picks it up. It is going to be Conboy and Darko leaving it to try and make some play from this position. But it is going to be challenging because Lusail are going to be continuing to push in. And of course, Super Young Stars, they have the position within zone. And Lusail, they want that spot.
Absolutely. They have to go right through Super Young Stars, and Darko will be the first one that they have to deal with. Unfortunately, not to the level that Lusail would have wanted. Still, with members alive, two, in fact, who can potentially get back into this one. It's Watson and Salam who are trying to get their teammates back into this one. Darko is still holding a line, still being a menace. Going to be prepping a little bit of a cheeky nade. Let's see where this one goes, and that might be the confirmation coming through. I think that's going to connect. Now, just Watson and Salam that have to try and get through the zone into a little bit of a better position. Because, yes, they're in safety for now, but they still have to face off against Super Young Stars.
Yeah, and this is all going to come down to how they play this position. I mean, Super Young Stars very exposed over towards that eastern side. But for the time being, they can afford to be there. But now, let's see. Will the players here from Lusail be able to push in? Meanwhile, as we hop over on towards Cryptics, they are going to be dialing up the pressure once again on towards Zero Tolerance. Now, again, it feels like a little bit of a deja vu coming through here. We have seen both these teams fighting it out not too long ago. But who will reign supreme this time around? 2 knocks already onto the side there of Zero Torrents. Up comes the players here from Cryptics, picking up the third one. All who is left now is Vortex. But will he be able to survive? Ooh, it's got that SMG in hand. Will he be able to do much with that? Goes out for a little bit of an inspection outside, but runs right up in towards Carry Boy. And with that, Zero Tolerance gets sent away. We are down to our final 10 teams to fight it out. And of course, Unique, Chills, managing to make it up into zone. Well, barely so, but now finds himself right up alongside Cryptics.
Yeah, Cryptics is the last team you'd want to find in the situation. Just trying to stay low, hug the edge of the zone, and that zone has just moved on further to the coastline. Of course, that still helps the side of Triple Esports and Super Young Stars, who are still finding themselves at least zone blessed for now. Team Myth right on the edge. G3 Temper, Slimefork AT, 1 million still have to make that rotation. And as we tune into them right now, Myth just on that ridgeline, Triple Esports, they've got fantastic cover to deal with, and G3 Temper caught in the middle.
Oh, this is going to be absolute chaos now. Look at this. Triple Esports turning around, just welcoming everyone else into the zone. G3 still caught on the outside of zone, though, trying to move on in. 4KT now coming under fire here as Nacho is just leveraging this angle up on the roof. And with that, the confirmation comes through. Slime 4KT gets sent back up in 10th place. Triple Esports now coming under fire as Cryptics pull in alongside G3 already. AWM getting knocked on down. But up comes the side here of Umbra on the opposite end. Oh, Triple Esports not really having much options as to where they can go. I mean, they've got Umbra coming in on the one side, the players from Cryptics on the other, alongside G3 and so many more teams yet to move on in. But with that, Cryptics now go to absolute town, pulling an absolutely devastating play on towards G3. Only 2 players now remain for the side of G3, but of course Triple Esports still rocking a full squad. Cryptics now coming under fire as they've sent yet another grenade over in towards G3.
Yeah, G3 Temper, I said it. Look, they're finding themselves in a little bit of sandwich, and unfortunately, it seems like it's a foot-long sandwich, and it's not getting better anytime soon. Team Myth making a rotation there from that northern side, trying to find an angle into the chaos that's just ensuing here, and of course, AWAM finding a wonderful couple of shots with G3 Temper now being confirmed thanks to Lazy Boy with some sick nades. Now let's see how the rest of these teams are going to deal with the absolute chaos coming through into this one. Lusail and Super Young Stars still hugging that ridgeline, that coastline coming through into the zone, and 1 million pulling up right behind Triple Esports, who have Cryptics very, very uncomfortably close.
Yeah, there's actually still quite a few compounds in play in the zone. We can see the players there from Triple Esports not looking to move from their position just yet, as Senke comes through with a beautiful little bit of a spray there. But look at this, 1 million now, far down south. The zone takes a shift for the worst now, moving up in favor of Cryptics. Lusail, meanwhile, getting traded off, and here we are. Triple Esports looking to make a play. Oh, they could maybe find an angle on towards the side of Cryptics. But last time we saw Cryptics smack dab center zone, they were just absolutely demolishing the rest of the lobby. Is that going to be the same situation here? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I definitely hope these teams are going to be looking to clear everything out before venturing forth into that zone.
Yeah, Cryptics here with the 360 vision might be an absolute tear, and they've already found Farouk from Team Myth. Now Team Umbra here trying to push on through as the duo, but they have to go through Triple Esports, who have been holding the line, who've been holding this building. That nade might be a fantastic connector onto Master, but he's going to avoid it just for the time being. 1 million Esports in the thick of it, really, and Super Young Stars with their solo out for the count. Unfortunately, that coastline, not the best place to be in. Triple Esports and Team Umbra still going at it.
Oh, but look at this, though. I mean, Cryptics starting to spread out. Myth now also playing a little bit more of a spread out game. Ramsey now trying to just leapfrog their way a little bit closer to the edge, but Triple coming under severe fires. We do see 2 players already getting downed. Wasted looking to move on through the last remaining hopeful for the team. But they are slightly distracted by the players there from 1 million positioned over down onto with that southern side. Cryptics starting to light up the zone once again. But here we go. Wasted cooking up the molly. Sends it over. Did it find any damage? None that we can see just yet. But Wasted trying to play this one super cautiously. Doesn't want to expose himself, but he pops right out the window, right out in front of Black last. But is he going to be able to outlast him, though? We don't know just yet. The pressure just continuing to mount. Lazy Boy with a quick reposition up in towards the shack. 1 million going to be continuing to try and find their spot in towards the zone. And Black lost could maybe be in a little bit of a lost hope here.
Absolutely, Team Myth, they've smelled blood and they're pushing on forward to get this confirmation here onto the rest of the team of 1 million. It's all down to Black Lost now, who's been spotted and who's been taken out. We're down to 4 teams remaining. Team Myth, of course, with their full squad happy and alive to potentially take this one. But Cryptics still involved smack bam in the center with triple and a solo. Hopefully still in this one.
And this is quite problematic now for the side here of Myth and, of course, for Triple Esports. I mean, Cryptics, a big thorn in the side, maybe even a boulder in the side here. But look at this. Myth not backing off of this fight just yet. They still are rocking an entire squad. I mean, thought we see them on the opposite end there from Triple Esports now just getting blown to smithereens. But with that moment also getting picked up by Carry Boy. This is now the opportunity for Myth to quickly try and react to the sheer brutality they could be receiving from the side there of Cryptics. Beautiful grenade getting sent out once again. Finds a little bit of damage right onto it. Senke. But Farok and the rest of the players here from Myth still having some decent angles. They could now start to try and tighten their grip on towards Cryptics. But Cryptics not going to be backing down just yet. But a beautiful nade. That is what we need to see. Lazy Boy. Oh, could be the last remaining survivor on the opposite end. And they try to repeat it. They replicate it. Finds another hit. Senke getting traded off. And now it is down to Lazy Boy. Myth so close to picking up that winner chicken dinner. It is almost locked in. But will they be able to pull through and lock it in 100%? Because I mean, look at this. This is absolutely insane. Oh, are they gonna get it? Myth looking for their second chicken. Oh, nice. There we go. Dealing with the players from Cryptics. No additional information getting sent across. It is going to be a 1v, potentially 3 for the time being. But Myth now just need to use those numbers. They don't need to, or they shouldn't be scared of pushing in. Come on, up they come, trying to come in from all different angles, picking up hit after hit, and they succeed. Picking up their second chicken dinner of the day, sending the players from Cryptics back in second place. Wow, Myths bringing in an absolutely mythical performance in this match.
And the only team to be picking up a second winner chicken dinner in our first day of the super weekend for PMPL Africa. So I think they should be riding on an absolute heavenly ride of momentum here coming through into tomorrow's games. But for today, we can't fault Myth for their performance. You know, Cryptics really towards the end, they're making a statement, and we've seen this many times before. Cryptics center zone with full vision of everyone around them. We think, yeah. Of course, it goes to the side of Cryptics, but Team Myth, they had a fantastic push. They're just finding the right eliminations, and the nades have been the star of the show today.
Yeah, I mean, Team Myth coming in with an absolutely phenomenal performance. I mean, I was pretty much convinced at one point that Cryptics was going to seal it once again, because we had all the teams outside of zone just fighting it out. Everyone trying to be the team that has the angle that line back in towards the zone. And unfortunately, it was only the team from Myth that was able to survive long enough to get their butts back up into zone. And well, they pushed up, they had the numbers advantage, and they leveraged it, right? I mean, if you run into the team like Cryptics with still 3 players left, that is pretty much the same as a full squad, right? They are very capable of dealing with those situations. But you got to give it to the players there from Myth, because they just held their own. They just continued to push in. And yes, the knocks were coming through, but they were still also just applying it on thicker and thicker, time and upon time again. And eventually it paid off. They made it all the way through and picked up, as you said, their second chicken dinner of the day.
Again, I can't fault Team Myth for making that performance. You know, there were a few other teams that I thought really were in good contention. Triple Esports, they made a fantastic rotation through. Unfortunately, Super Young Stars finding themselves in that initial engagement as well. Lusail, it just wasn't a good time for anyone. But as we see these eliminations really becoming prevalent in the Super Weekend, I'm wondering, okay, is this going to be the end all and be all of Super Weekends? Because everyone's staying aggressive, trying to get as many eliminations as they can to get up to those rankings. We'll see. It's going to be great.
Yeah, and of course, we are going to be looking at a few of the highlights from this past match. So enjoy them. We'll see you guys in a minute. Well, there we go. There we have it. Some beautiful highlights coming in from that match. But I got to say, also is, right? The players there from Triple Esports, right? They were holding such a beautiful position for the longest time. And I was actually quite surprised when that zone actually came in with that shift that they were then kind of forced to try and make a move from there. I think if the zone had shifted elsewhere, things could have maybe turned out a little bit differently, but still, you got to commend the players there from Triple Esports as well. That was a really good play from them. I think they just held on to their compound, and regardless of who dared venture in towards them, be it the players there from Umbra or be it anyone else, they just defended the position and made sure that they were not getting pushed out of there, unless, of course, the zone kind of forced them to.
Yeah, and for Triple Esports, again, we are reminded that coming through from the league week, they just made it. They were on 16. They were just the last team coming through for the Super Weekend, and they've been making a splash ever since. As we said, what you expect from League Week doesn't really, translate to Super Weekend. But here is the match rankings from that. And of course, we see a familiar name on the top there with Team Myth and 25 points.
Yeah, and that is what we love to see. But of course, a good step up there from Cryptics. No surprise to see them make it into that late zone, coming in with those 9 elims. But then we look at Team Umbra. I mean, absolutely stellar stuff coming through there. Yes, they finished up in 4th place in the game itself, but they came in with those 12 eliminations, pushing them all the way up into 3rd place for this match, coming in with such a beautiful position. I mean, 20 points on the board, that is where you want to be. Of course, Triple Esports also putting in a very valiant effort, coming in with their 10 placement points, putting them on a grand total of 13. But Slime, we've been waiting for them to bring even more to the battlefield, and they delivered, coming in with their 8 points, but also 1 million right up there alongside them. I mean, absolutely fantastic stuff. And looking at the second page, it's a little bit of a turnaround, right? We see Masters Esports right there at the very end of it.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. I mean, that overall rankings that we're going to be looking at a little bit later might be a little bit shifted from what we saw, as well as Blackjack Esports, as well as YONKOUS, teams that have been slowly but surely doing quite well. Zero Tolerance in the previous map, taking it at a one-on-one against Cryptics for, the win on Sanhok. So it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre, but it is expected, I guess, in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. It's still weird to me. It's never going to stop being weird.
Well, at least that wasn't the situation across the entirety of the day, right? So it's okay. It's fine. They'll be okay. They'll survive. They'll make it through. But we've definitely seen a lot of contention coming through here today. The team's really stepping up to the challenge, and everyone trying to play their utmost game. Now, speaking about playing their utmost games, right? Let's have a look and see what the overall standings look like, because I think it's going to be pretty dang close between a lot of these teams. And well, cheers, Bob. There we have a Team Myths sitting on 83 points alongside Cryptics, who also have 83 points. But what is quite a satisfying point there for Team Myth is the 2 winner chicken dinners they have next to their name. So that means a little extra bit up in the bank. But again, you can't fault the consistency coming through from the side there of Masters Esports. Sitting on 60 points, sitting up in 3rd place, up amongst the chicken dinner winners of today.
Yeah, look, I wish I could award them, that extra chicken, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. But Team Myth going home for today, at least, with an extra $1,000 in their prize winnings. That's insane. That's absolutely insane, and currently sitting on top. So, I mean, they must be absolutely hyped to the world's end. And unfortunately, it's still a tough journey here for 1 million Esport, finding themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard here with 12 overall points, which is the lowest we're going to be finding ourselves today. But it is the first day of Super Weekend. They still have 2 more days this weekend to be picking up points, as well as every single team that will be finding themselves on this last page, because, of course, everyone wants a winner chicken dinner. Like we said, it's cooked in a golden pan. It's spiced to absolute perfection with those $500. So hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit something else coming through tomorrow, because we said, let's give them the first, 10%. Let's give them the first 5 games to sort of find their bearings, to find, how they're going to be tackling this tomorrow, how they're going to be tackling the teams that they're up against tomorrow and the day after. Those 5 games officially done and dusted. So coming back tomorrow, coming back Sunday, I'm expecting a lot of changes to be happening for these teams. I don't know if that's going to be a complete turnaround with these Nade's aggressive eliminations, but we'll see. Maybe that's also going to be something that we might be seeing change up a little bit.
Well, I'm expecting tomorrow to be quite a surprising day, right? So tomorrow is going to be the midway for the weekend. Obviously, out of 3 days, day 2 is the middle of that. But also, the teams that have not performed as they would have liked today have tomorrow to kind of try and implement those changes. So I'm expecting to see a lot of pushing coming in towards those higher positions on the leaderboard, right? Ideally, you want to try and secure as high of a position as you possibly can, because moving into next week's league week, right? There's no guarantee that you will get another slot to come back into the next super weekend, right? So you got to do everything within your power to secure as strong as a position as you can on the leaderboard, because as we know, super weekend points matter. That is what, or rather, that's what's indicating to us who will be making it through in towards those finals. And I'm really battling with English here today. But, of course, it's Friday, the first day of the weekend, super weekend. But either way, absolutely beautiful, beautiful stuff that we've had so far today. And with that, speaking about beauty, we want to say thank you to all our beautiful sponsors, right? First up, we've got to say thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Then, of course, to Number TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner, as well as the Oppo with their Reno 6 series. Yes, there we go. Oh, thank you so much. With upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, I don't know about you. Today, absolute fire. Tomorrow, I think they're going to dial it even further.
Yeah, again, I told you I've been blinking and these matches have been going over. I still feel like, we still have like another map at least, right? Surely? No? Okay. No. So it's really been such a high-paced, high-action, absolute volatile games that we've been watching, because the teams are really taking it to a next level, and we expect them to keep taking it further as we go through, the days in the first super weekend, as we go through to the rest of the super weekends. So this upcoming games, I want to hear from the viewers. Who do you think is going to be taking the next winner chicken dinner? Who do you think is going to be that next team that are going to make me and DK fumble over our words, like we just can't speak? Because that's been the cause of today with these nades. Let us know on social media. There's Facebook, there's Instagram. You're going to check out the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Get in touch with us. Let us know what you think. If you're in chat, let us know there as well. But we'd love to hear from you on social media. So please join the conversation. We need your feedback. We need your input. But first day, super weekend, done, dusted.
Yeah, we can take that one off. It is in the books. And with that, we want to say a big thank you to everyone for tuning in. You guys are absolute legends, of course. Big shout out to all the teams, you guys. Absolutely fantastic, fantastic start to the Super Weekend. Cannot wait to see what tomorrow will have in store. And on that note, we are going to end it here for tonight. So be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, and hopefully even more crazy PUBG Mobile action. We cannot wait. See you later.